What's up, San Diego? Welcome into a Tuesday edition of Gwynn and Chris. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, Matt Skraby. 2 terrible games on Monday Night Football.
So let's recap them at length.
So not a lot to discuss there. We will have a recap at some point.
I want to thank the National Football League for giving us an extra game, because we could not have done without seeing Kirk Cousins try to play quarterback.
Yeah,
He is so bad. How much money has he made now as an NFL quarterback? Hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. People keep giving it. They can't wait to open up the pocketbook for him.
And it's put
incredible.
It's put the two bosses in very different places right now, right? I mean, Adam is feeling despair, I think, with the Falcons at this point.
Even though they won last night, because they looked so bad doing it.
And on the other hand, Michael is feeling back to hating Mike Tomlin again.
Steelers lost the game. They fell to, 10-3?
10-3.
11-3?
Terrible, I tell you.
Steelers are having an unbelievable year. They got whooped by the Eagles. That's what. Hey, look, fan is short for fanatic.
Yeah, that's
and
very
even
true.
though Michael Valenzuela is a big time, top of the line, CEO, company guy, the whole thing. He's got all the accolades.
He's a fanatic.
He's still a fanatic.
I don't.
And his team got whipped after. It's been an incredible run by the Steelers.
By the way, they're not supposed to be 10-3.
I think they're 10-4. So let's be accurate before we. But yeah, I mean, they've had an amazing season. To me, he's resurrected Russell Wilson's career. Mike Tomlin has. And look, the Steelers got a couple of shots coming up. They got the Ravens and the Chiefs in their next 2 games. And those 2 games are going to be played like 4 days apart.
Yeah, they are.
They're playing on a Saturday and then Wednesday
for
Christmas Day. But, the Steelers are probably supposed to lose both those games. But they haven't lost them yet.
No.
And as long as Mike Tomlin's there, I think he gives them a chance. But it is funny to me, as a Dolphin fan, whose team is closer to the Jets than they are a playoff spot, how funny it is that a division-leading fan can get so upset because they lost a game.
Yeah. Well, I think it's because Steeler fans have been there, done this before.
Done what?
Good regular season.
No, they haven't. When's the last time they had a good regular season?
They've had 9-7s, 9-8s.
What? 10-7 is at this point an okay season.
All right. I have his record in front of me.
Give us the records.
12-4 in 2020.
Where'd they go?
They lost to the Browns in the wild card game.
Okay.
Next year, 9-7-1.
Not a good season. Not a good regular season.
Lost to the Chiefs in the wild card game.
Irrelevant. Hold up. Your original point was they're used to having great regular seasons. And then, so there's a difference.
See, I think that Tony is hanging on to one word.
No, well, the reason why I'm hanging on to one word is because they have consistently over the last 4 years barely gotten into the playoffs
with a team that really shouldn't have been there in the first place.
But that's the point.
So they're not used to having a
Steelers fans. Is that the coach's fault?
To be better.
Is that the coach's fault that they keep giving him crappy players?
Ultimately, it is.
Give him crap. I mean, the Steelers get bottom of the barrel players that turn into all pros, as far as I can see.
I hope they
Last
fire
one was
Tomlin.
who?
I hope they fire.
I
Tomlin.
hope they do too. I hope they do too.
They really suck at that point.
And then the Steeler fans will get what they're hoping for, which is 2-15.
Here's Mike Tomlin's playoff record
and a first-round pick.
Because ultimately, we only judge coaches by how many titles they win and how many playoff games they win. He's 8-10 in the playoffs. He's an under 500 guy. He won his Super Bowl with a different team, not even his team, in his second year.
Run that back. He won a Super Bowl with a different team?
Yeah, he's not the guy who cultivated all those players. It was the coach before. Who did he take over for? Was it
Go ahead, make your point.
Go ahead, guy.
I'm not going to help you here.
He's on CBS. What's his name?
Yeah, I'm not going to help you here.
Cower. So 2007, he takes over the team.
So
I think Tony just said it right. Fire Mike Tomlin if you're the Steelers. I think it would be the smartest thing you could do.
They also lost to the Jaguars in 2017.
He can't coach.
To Blake Bortles and the Jaguars.
He can't coach. Get rid of him. I agree. If I'm a Steeler fan, get rid of Mike Tomlin. Put him on the street.
Bring somebody
where he
else
belongs.
in.
Actually, Katrina is, I know that she's our resident Steelers fan on the chat. So, Katrina, you give us a yes or no whether or not you're over Mike Tomlin.
Get rid of him.
I'm over him now.
Get rid of him.
I don't even need to hear from Katrina. I'm over him.
Oh, I'm sorry, Katrina. Chris doesn't want to hear your answer. Even
Well,
though you're
she
the
can
only
an-
Steelers fan.
Okay, I should say it differently. I don't need to hear from Katrina because I've already decided Mike Tomlin is a
Get
bum.
rid of him.
Get rid of
Get
him.
rid of him. MLB has a couple different things. So first of all, Cody Bellinger traded today. Moves from the Cubs to the Yankees in what seems to be some type of salary.
Well, that was a
I don't
done
know.
deal when they acquired Kyle Tucker from the Astros, pretty much, wasn't it?
It was going to happen.
Right,
But,
yeah.
you
They
know,
were going to trade him once they got Kyle Tucker, so.
Yeah, they move Bellinger from
That's
the
bad
Cubs
news.
to
I
the
hate
Yankees.
to I hate to see Cody Bellinger going to the Yankees. You know why?
Why?
Because they are going to move Aaron Judge off center field. And it's not just because he dropped that one fly ball, although
not a-
that probably didn't help.
No.
They're moving Judge to center field to save on wear and tear. So for a minute there, it had opened up center field for Trent Grisham. But now that's gone.
No Moss.
Sorry about that, Trent. Cody Bellinger is coming to take your spot in the
I don't think
Bronx.
he had the spot.
No, I don't think he did either.
I just saw a tweet that is going to be fascinating for me to know how Cody Bellinger, who is married to Giancarlo Stanton's ex-girlfriend, how they're going to get along.
These are adults. I think they should.
That is wild.
That is not wild. This is TMZ Sports.
Dun, dun, dun.
I saw that actually a couple days ago. That tweet pop up.
Well,
like,
the Yankees should have thought
that's
of
what
that
people-
before they pulled the trigger on this deal.
That's the first thing people are talking about. Are worried about.
man.
Interesting.
Katrina, real quick, says
Yes.
for the Steelers fan, then we can move on. He needs to produce postseason. Same reason we dig at Dak. You need to produce postseason. That's what Steeler fans want. Postseason.
I hope he loses his
win.
first
Well,
game, and I
here's-
hope you fire him.
Here's the deal. They're complaining before the postseason has happened, and they're 10-4. That's my point. Let's get to the postseason first, and then if he loses, boom, get rid of him.
2-15 next year for the Steelers.
Get rid of him.
I will root for it, and it will happen as soon as you fire Mike Tomlin.
MLB has completed a study of pitching. We'll get into at some point in the show today. Kind of covered everything, and it basically, although MLB is saying that there still needs to be more studying, it has basically highlighted a lot of the same things and reasons we've been discussing over the past 7-8 years of these injuries. Mainly, the biggest takeaway out of it was overuse, or the ability to chase velocity is really what the number one takeaway was.
I can't wait to talk about this at length because I'm going to need more than a minute
It's
to
a really
break
good article.
down this. They're calling it a landmark pitching study. You could have called me and said, Chris, why are pitchers getting hurt? And I would have said, because they throw too hard, they have too much spin rate, they're putting too much strain on their arms, and because they're babied all the way up to the big league level in the minors.
It is.
And that, I would have told them in 1 minute, you could have paid me 1/10 the money you spent on this 62-page landmark study.
Yeah, it's
Come on.
They talked to biochemists.
Sure.
They talked to
Pay those guys.
They talked to pitching coaches. They talked to everybody, former players, and they kind of compiled. How many pages was this? Compiled
62.
62-page
report, landmark pitching study, information that you'll never believe
Why
out
is
there.
Chris so angry about
Because
this?
I hate wasting time and money like they did.
They have to actually do the study. They
Why
can't
do
just
they have to
eyeball
do
it.
it? What were they going? What did you think they were going to come up with?
Here's the study.
Here's
The main thing that is relating to the injuries of pitchers. My eyeball thinks they throw too hard. That's not part of the study.
Think they had to do the study because not everybody trusts MLB in terms of when they just say things, right? Just a la the how hot, how lively the conversation was behind the golden at bat. It seemed like that kind of people didn't believe that. People hated it. We moved on from it real quick. But I think this study we'll get into it a little bit deeper, but they dove into a lot of different areas. It wasn't just velocity, it was conditioning, it was rest, it was a little bit what Chris talked about, how they managed the young players through the minor leagues. We'll dive into it all. Also, I think probably one of the topics that people have been waiting to hear on the baseball front, at least those who hate the Dodgers, would be deferrals. And finally, Rob Manfred had something to say about that as well. Let's just say he has some concern.
Oh!
He has some concern.
Oh, okay.
We'll get into that a little bit as well. Some predictions. We're getting deeper into the free agency year, I guess, or time zone. Bregman still unsigned. Burns still unsigned. It certainly looks like the Astros aren't as comfortable moving further ahead from what they've already offered Bregman. So he could be on the move. All of a sudden, hearing his name pop up in different places. One particular place, the New York Mets, may be in a hunt for Mr. Bregman.
I already hate one team. I can't hate another team.
Burns, on the other hand, wants to move closer to the West Coast. So where does that put him at in this whole
I don't know,
thing?
but he's on the move for sure. The Orioles agreed to a deal with the Japanese pitcher today. Tomoyuki Sugano.
Yeah.
35 years old. Two-time Japanese League Cy Young Award winner.
Salty vet.
So they're going to get him. The O's.
Now, we will be joined today by some young ladies that you actually do some broadcasting for, huh, Chris?
I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah.
We talk about youth in sports. And the San Diego State basketball team, they have two young stars on their club this year. One of the reasons why they're off to a 10-1 start. These two kids are both wise beyond their years. So they're going to come in studio and hang out and chat with us a little bit about the Aztec basketball team, but also about, what makes it all tick for a freshman coming into your first year of college, what you're looking at, what your issues are, what you're trying to learn. They're both fresh-faced, but they both have been really, really good players so far this year, and they're fun. So they'll be coming in studio at 3:30. If you have a young lady who plays any kind of sports, get her and make sure you're close to the radio. I think this will be stuff you'll want to listen to. So that's a little later.
Padres Pen Pal, PPP. A little later on in the show as well. We'll have a Fantabulous Sports Game Show. San Diego State basketball gets set for this week as well. Some games towards the end of the week. What, Thursday, Saturday this week?
No, just one.
Just one?
Just Saturday.
Saturday, yeah.
They're going up to San Jose to play Cal on a neutral court.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like it's too neutral to me. Playing at San Jose, which is,
a little closer to Cal.
Little closer.
A little bit, but it's far. I mean, that's got to be a 70-mile drive.
That's a lot closer than it is from San Diego. That's for sure.
Yeah.
They can handle it, though.
Oh, okay. All right, never mind. We're going to deal with you a little later on today.
What the heck did I do?
You seem a little spicy today. I don't
no,
know what's
Chris
going
is
on.
the one who's yelling at Rob Manfred for doing his study.
Let's get to break. We are going to be disciplined today on our times. 2:14. We're getting to break. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side.
SD Fat. these things. It even tells you, hey, there's a canyon over here. Don't hit it here.
Skraby from about 45 feet. His caddy tells him to play it a little to the right. He's been playing well so far today. Fourth hole. Nice smooth delivery. Hit it too hard.
Sasquatch.
So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You hit some.
These things. It even tells you, hey, there's a canyon over here. Don't hit it here.
Skraby from about 45 feet. His caddy tells him to play it a little to the right. He's been playing well so far today. Fourth hole. Nice smooth delivery. Hit it too hard.
Sasquatch.
So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Greg. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You hit some.
Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Skraby, Gwynn and Chris. 97.3 The Fan. I've been fortified with some crackers, as everybody saw on the chat.
Fortified.
During the break, because Skraby didn't click the right button.
No, I did.
That's odd.
Oh, it just didn't work.
Can you fix your camera, please, so everybody can see your lovely face?
The funny thing is almost everything is it's never user error. It's always equipment error.
I just said I didn't click the loop button.
Oh, all right. Well,
and I also
you
like
actually
when people
said
see
you actually said that off the air, so nobody actually heard you admit to that.
I just also
us.
like to let people watch Chrissy because they love to do that.
They seem to enjoy that. I'm glad you like it. All right, coming up at the bottom of the hour, Skraby will take his beating, his weekly beating in the Fantabulous Sports Game Show. 3 o'clock Daily Gambit. We mentioned the young ladies from the Aztec basketball team will come in at 3:30, 3:40. Chris versus the fans. Big 5 today. Padres Pen Pals today, so we got a lot to get done. One thing, Tony talked about a little of everything in the Open, but I think he missed the biggest story of the day. I mean, it's not quite Super Bowl Sunday, It's not quite Game 7 of the World Series,
right.
but it's close, Tony.
You're right, man.
It's the championship game of
it feels good.
Yeah, man. NBA Cup, baby.
The NBA Cup. It's going to be decided tonight. I can't believe you didn't, just forget all else.
I'm sorry. There hadn't been any baseball-related stuff, so I was just really excited, and it just, I don't know, I missed it.
I can tell you why you missed it. You don't really care all that much.
5:30 tonight.
Not true at all.
5:30 tonight, the Bucks and Thunder will play in Las Vegas. Of course, the glitz and glamour of Vegas will host the NBA Cup final. And by 8 o'clock tonight, the Lakers' reign as NBA Cup champions will come to an end because it'll be either the Bucks or the Thunder.
Wow.
Tony, what do you think? Do you think it's gone down a little in the second year? Honestly, you're the NBA guy. The interest, the enthusiasm for it. Last year, I honestly DVR'd the final game between the Lakers and the Pacers. I wanted to see what it was like. I did not DVR the game tonight.
I just don't think to start the season we've the NBA has grabbed the attention that it did in general. I think this is before Cup play even started.
Okay.
I don't think it came into the NBA Cup with momentum as it felt like it did last year. I think you and I were having conversations about just the NBA in general prior to the Cup.
Yeah.
The Cup came and they had momentum going into it. I think they also had the right teams that garnered people's attention to watch it, at least in the early part of it.
Yeah.
I think this year, I don't know.
I think this year it kind of came and went, and then they said, oh, here's the semifinals.
Right.
And you're like, what?
I think you're right.
So, anyway, tonight's the finals. Could it be, and I'm trying to get my number one ally here, Matt Skraby, to support me on this. Could it be that the NBA wasted so much time talking about Bronny James in the offseason that they forgot about promoting their own league? Lakers rookie Bronny James will participate in the G League Winter Showcase this week.
What is he showcasing?
This is all the best players in the G League. Apparently, Bronny James now qualifies as one of those.
I do know he dropped 30 the other night.
He's had 3 games where he's played. He's been more aggressive, which has led to some better play.
He is averaging 20.7 points. Not bad.
It's a little bit bloated with that 30 in there.
Well, I think it's also he hadn't played that many games down there. So that's also,
he's averaged 20 points in the last 3 games.
There you go.
That's
there you
pretty
go.
good.
That's good.
I'll give it to him.
I'll give him that. He's only shooting 26% from the arc, but he's been good enough to create a little bit of buzz again.
Good for him.
He'll be at the Winter Showcase, in which I guess they send all the best players down to Orlando, and the personnel from all 30 NBA teams come to watch these guys.
As if they haven't seen. He's not going anywhere. He's going to be a Laker for life.
Nah, man. Listen, I'm happy to see because he was struggling there early. I'm happy to see that he's been able to kind of figure some things out.
There's no guess as to why he was struggling. Not that good
yet.
He's got a ways to go.
Yeah. Well, I'm not even talking about at the NBA level. I'm talking about he was struggling in the G League.
I know.
And it seems like the last 3 games he's had, I don't know if it's a confidence boost, what it is. I also think it's interesting, his first good game. Remember early in the season they were like, he's not going to travel. He's not going to do anything.
Yeah.
His first big game came on his first road game. I think he should
get away from the pressure.
Personally, I think it'd be better for him just to participate in G League games and get some rhythm. Going back up and forth with the big club and back down, I don't know how that helps. I really don't.
NBA has also announced it. We talked about it a couple of months ago, but they've made it official. Their All-Star game weekend is going to be an All-Star tournament. They're going to have a 4-team, 3-game, 1-night tournament.
Yeah.
And all the All-Stars will be matched up against each other. They'll pick squads. One of the 4 teams in the tournament will be the winner of the
Young Guns,
the Rising Stars event. So you're going to have the Rising Stars on one team. They're going to have 3 teams of NBA All-Stars. They're going to play 2 semifinal games, first to 40, and then come right back and play the championship. The idea that maybe the All-Star game will be worth watching this year.
I think this is a great idea. I'm hoping it works.
They're at least trying. I give the NBA credit. They always are trying. And it goes back to the story that, I know you don't want to get too deep into, Tony, but the ratings so down this year. And I can't explain why it has taken such a deep drop.
Who doesn't want to talk about it?
Well, I don't know if you want to. I mean, it's a bad look for your favorite league. So
we shouldn't talk about it then because we can't be making.
I don't want to put Tony on the spot here.
Tony, I know that you are that invested in the Lakers.
He loves the NBA.
But I can't hear any negative news about the NBA.
All right, there it is. I'm bringing it up again. Negative news. The rating, they got to get it back.
And the key said the cup games mixed with regular season games dilutes it. They should start it later in the season.
I think Chris said that earlier this week. It is kind of confusing. Or you might have said that, Skraby.
I know it's Tuesdays and Fridays, but then last Tuesday they didn't have
it. Real quick, I want to switch sports. I just want to point this out to everybody because he's already making preemptive moves years ahead of time. I don't know if you guys saw Scott Boras quoted as saying that the Orioles want to keep their stars, right? Those are all his guys, by the way. Like
Rutschman,
all
Henderson.
Those dudes are all Boras guys, and they're not close, by the way, to free agency. But he's already putting it out there now, like those want to keep their guys. Pressure begins to mount. Oh, the Oriole fans go, they want to keep their guys. All right, cool, let's do this.
I get it, but he's evil. He's evil.
What's evil about that?
I just think it's evil, the tricks he has to play, the black magic that he has to put out there.
That's just smart business.
No,
right
it
there.
is. It totally is. I get it. But it's like...
You went as far to call the man evil, though. Like, what is evil about him?
I don't think that he's a mean person, but he's just diabolical. And he gets what he wants.
He's washed. That's what we were told.
I
washed.
said that.
He's got no more
when
left.
Jordan Montgomery left, and then no one else
The league is
did.
about to revolt on him.
I know Chris is on my side.
No, I'm more on your side, but Tony has taught me
I'm
well.
not on a side. I'm just pointing out the clear obvious.
Tony's taught me well. Do I want to be angry at Boros for wanting more money? Boris, I know I don't pronounce his name right, but that's just going to have to be. On the other side, do I want the owners to have all the money? And I don't. So he's the one that is taking the money out of the pockets of these incredibly wealthy owners.
He's Robin Hood.
Is that what he is?
Maybe to a certain extent
he's
he is.
Stealing from the rich to give to the poor.
I don't think he's quite
He's Robin Hood
guy.
to the Major League Baseball players he represents.
Okay, there you go. That's better describes him.
I'm with Chris there, too. I can't stand greedy business people.
I think
at the end of the day, they're all the same.
I about to say, I just think he's one of the best at playing the game. That with the rules that are presented to him.
I'm sure the owners around Major League Baseball can't stand him. Maybe that alone ought to be the reason that we like him.
But here's the other thing, though. They might all can't stand him, but they all have his personal number. He has theirs. Because that's who he calls when these big, ginormous contracts get done. He's not talking to GMs. He's talking to owners. He's going directly, cutting the middleman out, going straight to the cash.
Straight cash, homie.
Straight cash.
And speaking of that, thanks
Yes.
to Justin Jefferson. That was a nice touch.
Great
last
touch.
night.
Great
After
touch.
his touchdown, calling out Randy Moss, wishing him the best. All right, quick timeout. Then Fantabulous Sports Game Show. This might be your last shot to win in 2024.
This is his last
This
shot.
might be the last game we ever play.
Don't do that.
Says
Don't
that
do
every time he loses.
Don't do that.
I think it is.
Don't be
Says
a
that
sore loser,
every
Skraby.
time he loses. We'll see what the category is
Lose
when
with
we
grace.
come back.
Ben and Woods.
Matt Skraby. We have a Fantabulous Sports Game Show. I am so looking forward to it. I feel like we haven't played in a while, even though I know we have. But it's been a while since I've been able to whoop up on Skraby.
Let me get the category ready here.
Yeah, I think you should.
I'm very excited about this one. I think you guys, I'm going to say it in advance. I think the listeners may like it more than you two guys.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I think you guys are going to absolutely despise this category.
These tend to be some of our better Fantabulous game shows.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
All right. Well,
As long as Hungary's not a part of it, we'll be okay.
Stop hating, man.
No.
You know, I misspoke.
Hungary will not be a correct
You
answer.
did not misspeak. You thought that was the name of the
No,
country.
I misspoke, Skraby.
And Russia is not in the European Union. I'll never get over that.
No, you won't. That was 4 years ago now.
I don't know if it was that long ago. I think it was this year.
Still angry.
I think it was this year. All right. Do we have traffic?
No, it's 2 o'clock.
It's 2
We don't have to wait.
Yes.
Let's go.
Let's go. Get to it.
Hey, all you beautiful people out there, it's time to play one of our favorite games of the week.
All right!
We like to call it
Ooh, I'm going to go.
Chris's Fantabulous Sports Game Show.
And it starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome to it. I'm Chris Ello, your host for the Fantabulous Sports Game Show. There are 29 correct answers today. That's quite a few. First one to 15 will win. 3 strikes and you're out. And I have a feeling one of you are going to strike out.
Oh, wow.
I could be wrong. Maybe you know this category better than I think you do. I think a lot of our listeners probably know this category better than you two guys do. So we'll see about that.
Could this be?
It's really funny to me that we haven't talked about this at all, or not very much. And it's only a couple of months away. And it just so happens that our boss came in while we were warming up, or warmed up, getting ready for the show today, and brought this topic up.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh man, that's funny. He must have seen my category for the Fantabulous Sports Game Show. But what it is, February 22nd, do you know what that is?
Yep.
2025, that is 2 months and 5 days away. The MLS season for 2025 will start. San Diego now has a team in the MLS, an expansion club, San Diego FC. So let's get ready for a little MLS. How much do you guys know?
Not much.
Yeah. There are currently, besides San Diego FC, 29 other franchises in the MLS.
That is a lot more than I
Your
thought.
job is to name them. I'm going to tell you in advance that I will be the final determiner here whether or not you're correct. But you don't have to get all the FC, SC, FS. You don't have to always get that right. Just give me the right city. Give me the right team. If there is a team there, you'll move on. I may ask you to be a little more specific on a couple of these. If so, you'll have to be more specific to get a correct answer. 29 teams in the MLS. Let's get ourselves familiar with our new league, guys.
This is going to be the worst game ever played.
Now,
Is
when
it
you
going to score
say
to be like 1-1?
I don't.
You don't think you can name more than one other MLS team?
I got 3 written down, but I
3.
think Tony already knows one of them.
well, listen, as a frequent player of FIFA,
Skraby,
I
you
may
could be
have
in
some.
trouble.
I may have some insight to this.
Oh no,
The
that
other
is true.
So wait, just want to get clarification,
Yes,
Chris.
go ahead.
We need. Can you?
I'm going to give you an example.
Yeah, thank
if
you.
there was a team like Dusseldorf FC, you wouldn't have to say the FC. Dusseldorf
But we would have to
would
say
be good.
Dusseldorf.
You would have to get Dusseldorf correct.
Okay.
But FC, I'm not requiring you to have those memorized. Although you do
Now,
get
some of these teams, I have to say, go by
Some of that is
city, letter.
or some of them go, but you just need city.
Okay.
You just need city.
Okay.
I'm giving you that much. I'm
Okay.
not requiring you to know
Oh,
like Tokyo, United.
Okay.
Just Tokyo will get it for you.
Okay.
Oh, so cities have
I'm
played.
trying to make it a little easier
All right,
for
That
you.
makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah,
can do
because
that.
if you had to come up with everybody's,
I'd be in trouble.
because I'm gonna tell you right now, there's FCs, there's SCs, there's CFs. It's pretty confusing.
Yeah, not
So I'm not
good.
going to make you require
Not
that.
good.
Give me the 29 cities or the 29 MLS teams. Skrabe, you want to go first?
Yeah, now I'm feeling much better.
Feeling
about this
a little
category.
better.
Now that I don't need
Now
to
I
know
may
the team
ask.
name.
Now I'm just telling you in advance. There might be a couple where I ask you to be more specific. If I do, you're going to have to answer.
Come on with it, Skrabe.
But go
All
ahead,
right.
Skraby. Give me an MLS team. I mean, come on. We're gonna be in this league. We got to know what's going on.
First one that came to mind, LA Galaxy.
LA Galaxy, the current champions, by the way.
Yes.
They won the 2024 MLS Cup. It is their. See, I'm going to give you guys a little more information. This is their 6th championship.
They've got the most.
They have the most. The LA Galaxy, 6 MLS championships in 29 seasons. That is correct, Skrabe. The Galaxy, getting an S by them for you. All right, Tony, give me one.
How about the Los Angeles Football Club?
Wow, going all in. LAFC, that is correct. They won the championship in 2022. They do have a title under their belt. So you got the 2 teams in LA. You're going to have to branch out from here. Skrabe.
Well, I do
What
know,
else do you know?
Landon Donovan played for this team for a very long time, and I hope they still play there. San Jose Earthquakes.
San Jose Earthquakes, champions in 01 and 03.
Not much sense.
And yeah, that's a while ago, but they still exist. The Earthquakes do. I believe they finished last this past season.
Tough year.
The
huh?
Tough year
Earthquakes?
for the Quakes.
Tough year for the Quakes.
The Quakes trembled down to the bottom. That's correct, Skrabe. You got 2.
Thank you.
Very good.
You know
Tony,
what? I got to admit,
You've got 1.
over the weekend, I did look at the MLS to see where other teams are. So
Well,
I
you
didn't
might
commit
have
it to memory, but I
Well,
got
you're gonna
more
have
than I thought.
All right, you're going to probably do okay here.
I can't remember the young man's name. He was a phenom at a very young age. And
Freddie
he-
Adu?
Freddie Adu.
something. Yeah, Freddie
He
Adu.
played for DC United.
DC United, the very first champions of MLS, way back in 1996. They also won in 1997,
It's been a while.
and they won 2 more, 99 and 04. DC United is correct. And right now, you guys aren't, I mean, you guys are like spot on with all 4 of your answers. You have nailed it.
Honestly, I think this was divine intervention that I looked at these teams because.
I am looking at last year's standings. The Quakes were on the bottom.
Okay.
Go ahead, Skrabe. Who
I
you
know
got
this
next?
because sometimes they have it printed on the Patriots field. New England Revolution.
Yeah.
Wow, they do have it, huh? You knew
Yeah,
that.
From
Very
time
good.
to time, they have the soccer stuff painted.
The New England Revolution is correct, and the Revolution are MLS's version of the Buffalo Bills. They have been to 4 championship games. 5. I beg your pardon. The Revolution have been to 5 championship games. They've never won it. There's a little background on the
kinda
Revolution
brutal.
for you.
It's kind of brutal.
Sorry to the Revolution fans out there.
Now, I'm not sure about the letters on
Okay.
this one, but I do know
Gave you a
Inter Miami.
Inter
Yeah.
Miami. That's Messi's team.
That's
Yep.
Messi's team.
They are a CF. Tony.
CF, okay. I didn't
Inter
know which one
Miami
it was.
CF. I guess that stands for Club Football. I don't know. That's my guess.
Club football.
Inter Miami had the best record in the league this year by a wide margin,
And
and then choked it out in the first round of the playoffs. They were done. 3-3. You guys are doing all right. Better pick up the pace, though. There's a lot of teams to name.
Okay.
Skrabe.
I know this because the Panthers owner owns a team, Charlotte.
Charlotte does have a team. They are an FC, though. The Charlotte Football Club. They've never won anything. They're a newer franchise.
Look at the owner.
Charlotte, what, FC?
Charlotte FC. He named them. Yes, that's good, Skrabe. You're doing.
Thank you.
You know, I thought this would be. You said you'd like to go out on the first try.
Well, yes.
All
Again,
right,
divine intervention.
Tony, who you got?
Seattle Sounders.
Seattle Sounders FC, by the 'way, but Seattle
know that
Sounders
one,
is
yeah.
correct. They won championships in 2016 and 2019 in rainy Seattle. 4-4. You guys are just rolling. No strikes. You guys are MLS experts all of a sudden. Mm-hmm. Skrabe, what do you got?
The New York Red Bull.
New York Red Bulls.
Sorry.
The Bulls got to the finals this year, lost to LA Galaxy 2-1. but that is correct. The Red Bulls. Very good. 5-4, Tony.
Toronto FC. The
Toronto
six.
FC. Yeah, you got it.
Whoa.
Toronto as a team, they won the championship in 2017.
Did not realize they were international.
Toronto FC is correct. We are tied at 5. Scrabe. Looking for MLS franchises here today.
My friend from Cincinnati tells me they love these games. Cincinnati as a team.
Cincinnati as a team, they're flipped around. They're FC Cincinnati.
Man, there's some creative names.
Yeah,
in
I don't know
MLS.
Football Club Cincinnati.
Yeah, I don't know what determines whether you put the FC in front or in the back or in the middle. I don't know.
Like, you pay millions of dollars to find out your name.
Their office is right next to the hotel we stay at in Cincinnati.
Very good. All right, well, Scraby got it. 6-5. All right, Tony, trying to even it up again.
How about Montreal?
What? God, he's staying international.
Montreal.
I have no idea.
Montreal. Hold on, I didn't say it was correct yet. It is correct. CF Montreal.
CF.
Their club football, Montreal. All right, 6-6, Scraby.
I'm taking a little bit of a risk here.
A little risk, you
I like
say.
risk for you, buddy.
I
Okay, what do you got?
cannot remember. There's a couple cities that have 2 teams, and I cannot remember the other. But I'm just going to say it's the biggest city. I'm going to say New York has another team. New York, I don't even want to say it because I don't have to.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do on this.
You got to be
buddy.
more specific on this one because it's the second team there.
Okay, do I go?
You could say that or you could try another one.
And
Try another one if you don't want to risk it.
I'm just going to go with the most basic one that all these teams go with. New York Football Club.
Correct.
Wow!
You got it.
Dang it.
Not only is that correct, there's a 2021 banner hanging in Yankee Stadium celebrating New York FC's championship. The banner is the size of a postage stamp. Like you have to find it with a magnifying glass hanging out in the right field stands.
Okay.
That is correct, though, Scrape.
Okay.
7-6. Tony.
I'm just going through baseball cities right now.
All right.
I believe Philadelphia Union, is it?
Wow, Tony, you're ready for this league. Philadelphia Union. Correctamundo. All right, 7-7, Scraby. Starting to run out of them, aren't you, Scrabe? You're doing a lot better than we thought. We've named 14 of the 29 franchises.
I'm telling you, something whispered into my ear this weekend.
Okay.
Have it whisper into your ear right now.
Or I talk about this with Adam from time to time. Atlanta.
Atlanta's got one. Atlanta United. They're Atlanta United FC. They got a lot of things
They
going on.
got all the nicknames
They
going
got
on.
all the nicknames. Yes, Atlanta's correct. They won the title in 2018. I don't recall Adam celebrating.
He doesn't.
Tony Gwynn.
I believe Florida has 2 teams. I think it's Orlando City.
Wow. Tony's like, yeah. Orlando City SC, if you want to be exact.
I don't know that part.
But you got Orlando City. That's right.
A lot of times on FIFA, you don't see the.
Oh, you don't see that part?
You see the logo, and so it's usually not the FC part that they make
They
stand
don't
out.
put that in there. They're an SC, Orlando
SC.
City. That'll be
Not have
a
gotten that
trivia down the road. All right, 8-8. We got 16 down. No strikes yet. You guys are naming off all the MLS squads. I'm really proud of you.
I'm going to go with Salt Lake
Salt Lake
City.
How about Real Salt Lake? That is correct, Scraby.
You just gave him that one right there.
You said you just needed to say.
I didn't say they had to do the Real and all that crap.
Yeah, that's
you got
true.
it.
That's a better
2009
name.
champions.
That's a better name than the hockey club.
I actually took my daughter to one of their games.
Real
back in the day.
Salt Lake is correct. 9-8. Tony needs one to match.
Portland Timbers.
Ooh,
Tony's on it.
Dang it. I saved that for way too long.
2015 champs. 9-9. Scraby. When is it going to finally catch up to you guys? I'm really impressed.
I'm running out of major cities with
There's
other major
11
sports.
left.
Let's go Nashville.
Nashville's
Good
correct.
call.
Nashville
call.
has a team. The FC. Nashville FC.
Can they please
I
get
take it
better
back.
names?
I take
No.
it back to people that are really monitoring it. It's Nashville SC.
Oh.
Because you know if I make that mistake, some soccer fan will be on me
On your
in the
head.
chat. All right, go Tony. 10-9. Scraby.
That's a good one.
Scraby hasn't missed one yet.
I'm getting close to.
Most of yours have been in the Eastern Conference.
Dallas has one. Dallas.
FC Dallas. Correct. FC Dallas has never won the title, if anybody cares. All right. 10-10. 9 answers left. No strikes. Impressive, guys. Impressive.
At one point in my life, I was going to take a trip to Austin.
You were.
And
Austin,
Texas.
Texas.
Never made it, but the guys who went to an Austin MLS game.
Why?
Because they wanted to go? I don't know.
Just spit it out.
Austin
FC, correct. 11-10.
You're funny, Skraby.
Yeah, you are, Skraby. We have 8 answers left.
Giving reasons as to why I know.
Skraby's got the lead, 11-10. Tony's matched you every time. Can he do it again?
Oh, this is an old school one right here.
Old school.
I remember this team from the very first FIFAs. Columbus Crew.
Oh, yeah,
The Crew.
That was a good one.
3-time champions. 2008, 20, and 23.
That is a great one.
And I believe, don't hold me to this, all you soccer crazies out there, but the Columbus Crew fans are the closest thing to the crazies in Europe.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
The Crew, really get behind the Crew there in Columbus. 11-11. 7 answers left is all.
Now I'm guessing on this one, but I gotta think they have every other sport except for the NFL. St. Louis.
St. Louis. They're called St. Louis City SC.
Oh,
that is correct. Skraby, St. Louis, a poor team last year, finishing just
Poor
ahead of the
team.
Earthquakes. 12-11.
St. Louis what? FC?
They're St. Louis City FC.
City.
SC. Again, I'm sorry, on the FCSCs. 12-11. Wow.
Houston Dynamo.
Correct.
That is a good
FC, I think?
They are. They are an FC. Houston Dynamo is correct. All right, you guys are down to the final 5. Do you want to take a break?
one. No. We
Keep
gotta
on
finish.
rolling. Skraby.
Chicago.
I've held on to that one too long.
Chicago Fire.
Son of a gun.
98.
No,
they
that's a
won
show
there.
on NBC, Chris.
It's also an MLS team. 13-12. There's only 4
I'm
left.
getting
You guys
down
might
to
go
the
all the way.
Gritty.
You guys going to go all the way?
That's good. That was a good pull right there.
There's only 4 left. You guys still don't have a strike. You're naming all the teams in the MLS. I don't think too many people could do it.
This is another sneaky soccer lingo joint connected to this team.
Okay.
Sporting Kansas City.
I was just about to say that one because Patrick Mahomes is a
Yes,
owner.
indeed.
Sporting Kansas City's correct. We are now tied 13-all. There are only 3 answers remaining.
Where you going, Scrape?
Scrape, we're at the top of the hour. What do you want to do? You're
We're
the
gonna keep
producer of
going.
the show.
We're gonna keep going. We're almost there.
We want our points, though, man. What are we doing?
We're gonna keep going.
Okay.
Colorado.
Colorado what? Do you know? You don't have to know, but I was curious.
Soccer club?
The Rapids.
Oh, I thought you were gonna bang him on that.
No,
I was ready.
I'm not going to ding him.
I
I got
was
to give it to
ready.
him.
I
The
was
Rapids.
ready.
They actually have a nickname. They're like the only team in the league besides the Galaxy,
Yeah,
I
my
think,
new favorite team,
that has a
the
nickname.
Rapids.
All right, Tony, you got to get the last 2 to win.
Oh my gosh.
There's 2 left. Who are they? In the MLS.
I think there's
2 left. You guys have named 27 teams in a row with no strikes. An incredible performance.
got Montreal. Got Toronto. There's Vancouver.
You know what they're called, Tony?
I don't.
The Whitecaps. The Vancouver Whitecaps. That's correct. All right, there's 1 left. Scrape, you think you know it? Do you want to think about it for 5 minutes?
No, there's honestly only one answer on my list that I haven't used yet, and it came to me early.
Okay.
I just have no idea if it's a thing. Mm-hmm. Oh, I can't do it.
You gotta do it.
Louisville?
Louisville. That's a strike. Sorry, Scrape. Louisville does not have a team. Maybe eventually they will, but not now. Tony, do you want to get the last one? Do you know it?
Oh, no. I can't do it today, guys.
For the title.
I don't know. I don't think I got this
You
one.
don't think
Oh,
you
are
got
you
it?
playing a Chris from Chris vs. the Fans?
I can't. I don't know this one.
You don't have a get? You want to guess a city and maybe get it? Or do you want to just take a strike and it'll be Skraby's turn again?
I'm going to take a strike.
Whoa.
I'm going to take a strike.
Because
Skraby, what do you want to do? You want to guess it right now and win it?
I'm just going to try to end it.
Go for it.
Because it popped into my head.
I hope it did.
I don't know what the team name is, but I do know Minnesota has a soccer team.
Minnesota United FC wins the title for Skraby.
Yeah!
He ends the season.
Wow!
In the driver's seat. We got to take a break, I know for sure, but the champ of today's Fantabulous Game Show. Play your music on the way out, Skraby.
Hey! Hey!
If you'd like to sample the delicious food and flavors of the Met. It's Tony Gwynn Jr. It is Bongo Hukle Luangwane. Bongo Hukle Luangwane. Leading scorer last year for the Minnesota United soccer club. Skraby, you got to learn something.
I was checking TVs. I was checking.
You're looking all over for that one.
Where's he getting that?
Chris having a medical emergency.
It sounded like I had some problems. Skraby wins the Fantabulous Sports Game Show today.
Job, Scrape.
Thank you.
A remarkable performance by both you guys, naming all 29 MLS teams.
I kind of backed into this one. I was just
season's
guessing
due.
cities.
Take your good victory
just take
and
it.
raise
You
it
won.
high.
Yeah, it would be like if I won the Super Bowl, it'd be like, well, I only won by 10, so I can't accept this Super Bowl trophy.
That would be weird.
You were a winner today, Scrape. So enjoy it. 3 o'clock hour means we start with some Daily Gambit. Tony's got a little news to pass along on Michael Vick. Why don't you do that, Tony?
Michael Vick, we talked about it yesterday. Sac State possibly looking to hire Mike Vick. We also said that Norfolk State was interviewing him as well, and Norfolk State pulls the trigger first. Michael Vick will become their new head coach. So kind of a new chapter for Michael Vick on the collegiate side begins as a head coach.
And the good news for him is that that's pretty much where he's from.
Yeah,
right?
he's from Virginia. Yeah.
Played at Virginia Tech, if anybody remembers.
I do.
Back in the day.
Frank Beamer.
I think
Frank
Beamer was his coach.
Was his coach, yep.
I love that gif of him when it's 0-0 on the screen and he's like, yes!
And Beamer Ball was known for special teams. Like every year they had a ridiculous special teams.
They would block a bunch of
They
punts.
would block a ton of punts, yeah.
Yeah, good point.
Michael Vick, new head coach.
We have some side news to talk about in that whole thing because Adam Schefter tweeted something yesterday that pretty much seems like an agent told him to tweet it or something, and it's causing ethics controversy around some of the reporters.
Okay, so I only followed up from the point where Doug Gottlieb tweeted at Adam Schefter and basically said, this ain't true. Schefter then responds back to him.
No.
And no?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, you did. Yeah.
Responds back to him and basically says, well, you need to check your sources because they've already agreed to some $50 million, He is a candidate. So
that was
Gottlieb where I left
saying. He was saying there's zero chance that Sacramento State has $50 million in NIL because I think Texas has the most with like $25 million. And
that's what Schefter tweeted, though, that Sac State had $50 million.
50.
Someone had just donated it or whatnot. They came across $50 million. That's what the story was. I left it at that when I saw the back and forth. We'll get into it a little bit later on because
reporters have an issue with this big time.
Now reporters are having an issue.
Yes,
and they're mad at
Schefter.
Oh, all right. So we'll get into that a little bit later. Chris, back to you.
How about we? Thank you, Tony. Appreciate that. Wow. I have to stop daydreaming over here and introduce today's Daily Gambit.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo!
If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in The Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly. We have some bets to review. We also have a very, very, very bad beat for anyone who bet something in regards to David Montgomery. I got to tell you about that.
I saw that one. That is
very
a bummer.
bad beat.
Well, it could be a good beat if you bet the other side of it.
That's true, yeah, but
right?
it's fun. Last night, the Vikings and the Bears played on Monday Night Football. Vikings were 7-point favorites. You guys chose the Bears. I chose the Vikings. Vikings won in a very boring game, 30-12. In another very boring game, Atlanta was 6-point favorites over the Raiders in Las Vegas. You guys chose Atlanta. I chose the Raiders. Didn't matter. 15-9, game push.
Advantage push.
Justin Jefferson, 82.5 over under receiving yards in the game last night. Chris, who has him on his fantasy team, went under for some reason.
Well, because I want him to save up points for next week.
Tony and I went over, and Chris was right. He had 73 receiving yards last night with a touchdown and 7 catches.
He also dropped a wide-open touchdown, which was
did.
very unlike him, but it happened.
The Utah Jazz were at the Clippers last night. Who would score more points, Norman Powell or James Harden? We all chose Powell. He had 29 points. James Harden had 41 points.
Ooh, James Harden went off.
Yes.
James Harden went well off.
I think
James Harden must have heard our show. He was not happy.
He must have. They're saying this is 2017 Harden right now.
He was not happy
Let's
with
wait
us
until
picking against
30
him.
games.
I agree.
They also scored, I think, like 140 something points last night and beat the Jazz by like 40.
Jazz are one of the worst teams in the league. Just point out. But
Now,
yes.
Nikola Jokic last night over under 49.5 points plus rebounds plus assists. You guys said no way he would get this. I said he would get this. He had 20 points, 14 rebounds, and 13 assists, which gives him 47. He has 3 more points, and I win that bet, but he's under.
So we were right.
He came close enough.
After all of that,
After all of that, you're trying to sound like you were correct by saying if he only had more points. Try to tell that to the guy at the betting window when you go up there.
It's all about the
bring your
presentation.
up there.
You did all of that to tell us that we were right.
That we were
God
right
bless
and you were wrong.
All about the presentation.
Okay. Terrible
Next one.
presentation for you.
Cal Poly women's at UCLA.
I was upset
We all
by
chose
this one.
UCLA.
Cal
UCLA
Poly.
won, but they didn't win by more than 48 points, which is their spread, 69-37, so we lose that bet.
We all picked UCLA?
Yes.
That was stupid.
Now, California Baptist against Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee, a 5.5-point favorite last night. Chris and I chose the Baptists. Tony chose Middle Tennessee. Middle Tennessee wins by 11 points, so we lose that bet. Now, here is the bad beat for all you David Montgomery people out there.
Or a good beat, depending on how you bet it.
David Montgomery's over-under for the season total rushing yards before the year was set at 775 and a half yards, 775.5. You know, now that he's out for the year, what he finished with, Tony? 775 yards.
No.
He needed 1 yard to go over, but you guys are right. The under people are very happy about
Very
this.
happy.
If you bet under,
They thought it was over going into that game.
If you bet under, you threw your ticket away. There was no way it was going to be under 775
with
for
like
the year.
4 games to go.
Yeah.
Oh man, or 3 games to go. But David Montgomery needed 1 more yard to go over his rushing.
He didn't
total.
make it.
He didn't.
He didn't
So
make it
I
unless
found that
he
fun.
remarkably comes back.
You know, he tore his MCL. He came back in that game too. Which
A lot
is
of times
insane.
these MCLs are weird. Like you can walk around and do stuff, and then they go and they do the actual X-ray or whatever it is, imaging.
Imaging,
And,
yes.
yeah.
But that's what I wanted to
They
bring
say
up. I
it's
thought
torn.
that was fun.
I like it. All right, let's see what we got for tonight. We have to start with the NBA Cup final.
Got to do it.
In Las Vegas, OKC's favored by 5.5 over the Milwaukee Bucks.
Oh, yeah.
Let's start with me. Seems like Milwaukee Bucks are going to play them tight here, but I don't want them to win. I'm going to say OKC minus 5.5. It's a lot to give in a championship game. Tony?
Wait, Tony's showing us his watch for some reason. Clock's only right twice a day?
It's Dame time.
Oh, it's Dame time.
Dame time.
I didn't know where he was going
Dame
with that.
time.
I didn't know that
Giannis,
one either.
give me the Bucks to cover.
It's like,
To cover their
Tony
part.
showing me a text message?
No.
Or?
Yeah, I didn't get that.
I'm going to go with...
If you guys watch the game
SGA.
tonight, you'll get it.
Yeah, he does do the. Is that where that was? That what it originally referred to as
Yeah,
Dame time?
Dame time.
Not game time.
Dame time.
Dame time. So what is everybody else referring to when they point to their watch? Because there's others who do it. He's not the only one.
He only does it fourth quarter, like big points.
Well,
in the
that's
game.
Dame time.
That's Dame time, exactly.
Yeah.
Not everybody has the Dame time.
No. No. All right, Chris.
Skraby, who'd you pick?
The Thunder.
I didn't hear. I'm sorry.
I don't think Skraby picked.
Yeah, I didn't hear you.
I did.
pick.
I said I'd go with SGA, which is
All right.
not
How about
the
in this
Thunder.
one? You going with SGA or Giannis? More points. Tony, tonight.
Greek.
Who scores more?
Freak.
Freak, he says.
The Greek freak.
Giannis.
SGA.
SGA. You just
two answers in a row you had SGA, and only one of them was correct.
I'm going to go with Giannis also.
We'll see.
He's going to have to carry
I'm saying
the
the first
load.
question didn't pertain to SGA. It pertained to his team.
Yeah, but
you answered
his
SGA.
team needs to win by 6 or more, so he's going to have to score a lot of points.
Men's college basketball tonight. We have a good matchup between Florida and North Carolina. Both teams are playing well. Both teams are ranked. I believe Florida's number 7, and they're 10-0. I did not know that. Did you? Anybody else know that Florida was undefeated in basketball?
Did not know Florida was
undefeated. Yeah, they're
undefeated.
10-0. North Carolina, they're always ranked just because they're North Carolina. They automatically get ranked. And right now, they are not ranked because their record has fallen to 6-4. Florida's favored by 4. Skraby? It's one of those neutral site games.
I'll go Florida.
Gonna say Florida stays unbeaten.
Oh, yeah, Florida.
I'll take North Carolina plus the points. Tony?
North Carolina plus the points?
Yes, that's what you...
Yes.
Okay.
What are the points again?
4.
That's what I thought.
I was going to be smart and give you like a 3 initial letter like Skraby's been doing for questions that don't pertain to that.
You're trying to throw us off.
But I couldn't. I could have just made something up. I could have just said PhD.
22nd ranked Dayton Flyers are in action tonight, Scrabe. Aren't you a Dayton guy? Who's the Dayton person?
No, my cousin went to Dayton, though.
All right.
Skraby's gone to a lot of schools, so
yeah, that's right.
And my cousins are from Ohio, so they went to every school in Ohio.
All right, Dayton is 22nd ranked. They're 9-2. They're taking on 5-4 UNLV tonight in Ohio. Rebels are visiting. Dayton's favored by 10.5. I got to go with the Mountain West here, so I'll take Las Vegas. Tony? How about you? Tony Gwynn Jr.
LV.
UN. LV. Scrabe.
Dayton.
Yeah, there's always a fly in the ointment there.
Contrarian.
UCLA's home tonight to Prairie View A&M.
I used to love playing those guys on like college football 2014.
So you
I remember.
So I'd win like 85-0.
It's been a while. Prairie View once had a winless football team followed by a winless basketball team.
Wow.
Tough for the students there going to watch those games.
It was a tough year for old Prairie View.
Just rolled right out of football into basketball winless.
They couldn't win a game in any sport. Tonight they're 34.5-point underdogs to the Bruins at Pauley Pavilion. By the way, this year Prairie View checking in with a cool 1-9.
They're on the board.
But they're 1-0 at home.
There you go.
0-9 on the road.
And they're on the road?
And they're on the road.
They played 9 road games in one home game?
Yeah, they're traveling.
That is rough.
They're just collecting checks.
I was about to say, they must be getting paid.
They're just collecting checks.
Oh, man.
They lost in Fresno to Fresno State by 11. Lost to DePaul by 33.
Paid.
Yeah. Tonight, UCLA. They were at LMU. Loyola, they only lost by 1. So Prairie View's
Loyola's not very good, though.
Anyway, that's what you get. UCLA minus 34. Tony?
Yeah, give me UCLA.
UCLA. That's great.
I'm just going to keep with my theme and go opposite of everything you did. I'm going to go Prairie View.
I want the View.
The Prairie Doggers.
He wants the View.
They were close in 3 or 4 of their games. Against Mississippi State, lost by 7. I think the View hangs in. Women's tonight, UConn, ranked number 4. 21.5 over Iowa State, ranked 23rd. So you have 2 ranked teams here, but UConn, the massive favorite. Scrape?
I'll go Iowa State because last time UConn did not come through for me.
All right. I think UConn needs to put some style points up tonight. I'll take UConn.
I'll take the Ohio State.
You mean
Iowa
State?
Oh, the Iowa State.
All right, you got him. All right, there's our daily gambit for today. Take a time out, check some traffic. More Gwynn and Chris coming up. The young ladies from San Diego State are coming in soon. Stick around for that.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic.
bit. We're talking about Doug Gottlieb, Adam Schefter. He certainly got into some type of Twitter spat yesterday. And when I last left off, Schefter was reporting that Sac State was in the running for possibly bringing in Michael Vick. Now, we learned today Michael Vick signed with Norfolk State to be the head coach, football coach there.
So Schefter was wrong on this?
At least on that particular part. Now,
okay.
Schefter claimed that Sac State had $50 million in NIL that they were, that they had at their disposal. Doug Gottlieb called him on it, basically, and said that can't be true. No way in heck.
He said, edit what agents tell you. 0.0% chance Sac State has $50 million NIL.
And Doug Gottlieb was basically acknowledging the fact that Texas has like $25 million in NIL money.
And they got
and it's really doubtful that Sac State has twice as much as Texas.
Now, of course, Adam Schefter wasn't going to take this sitting down.
No.
He fired back. First, citing his sources, basically saying the SAC-12, as he called it, leading the school's NIL efforts, already announced it has reached its initial goal of raising $50 million in NIL funds to strengthen the school case for an invitation to the Pac-12 or Mountain West Conference. He then added this little tidbit right here. This is the little kind of knife in the side here. He says, and Jesus, Doug, a 7-game losing streak in last place in the Horizon League, less time on social media, more time in the gym.
Oh, boy, Doug Gottlieb is, well, first of all, the kids in the studio getting ready to come on, they know the last name Gottlieb.
Yes, they do.
Because Doug Gottlieb.
We know the last name
Yes,
Gottlieb.
we do, too. Doug's brother is Greg Gottlieb, who's one of their assistant coach on the San Diego State team. But, Doug Gottlieb is doing an interesting double, right? He's a national sports talk show host at the same time as being the head coach of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, which I believe nowadays is just called Milwaukee.
I think
so. He's doing double duty on that.
It's Green Bay.
It's interesting.
Oh, he's at Green Bay?
He's at Green Bay, yeah.
Okay, my bad.
It's interesting to me that Doug has probably both insights on this, right? He is a national personality, so he probably knows exactly where Schefter's getting his information, which is why he said, edit what you get from the agents. He's assuming, I presume, that that's where the information is coming from.
Here's the controversy that outlies Doug Gottlieb and Adam Schefter.
Yeah, because you mentioned there was some controversy
Mike
behind
Florio put out an article about this whole thing, and he makes some good points, because do you guys remember when Schefter said that Ray Lewis was a candidate at Florida Atlantic University? I
do.
That never came to be. But what he's really saying about this is, and this I read this morning before the news that Michael Vick was signed with Norfolk State. This is just a ploy to get Norfolk State to think, hey, we need to move on this because Sacramento State is about to do this.
And that's where the agents come in.
Yes, the agents come in. And here's where
he
thinks it's unethical.
You're not thinking conspiracy here,
no.
Are you, Skraby? Because that would be weird.
No, I'm thinking,
for you to...
no, Mike Florio's saying it's unethical to put this news out there to help an agent, because most likely down the road, this agent's going to give Adam Schefter information. So this is why he's doing it. So Adam Schefter is playing a middleman of trying to get the one school that they want to move, which is what they did.
I don't know. Is this new in the world of media
no, but
and agents?
Florio said basically he gets away with this all the time. And he gets away with typos all the time that are clearly from the...
We're locking in on typos now.
Mostly he's just saying this is not ethical. This is not reporting. This is you helping out a friend so that you get something in return later.
Wow.
Chris, how do you feel about this? Because I know it feels like in all sports, agents, reporters...
Everybody's in it.
Everybody's
got an angle, right?
Got an angle, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the whole blow-up with John Heyman last week was based off of the radio host saying he was on the take. So, I mean, it seems like this type of deal happens in our industry.
Seems like we have to accept that all's fair in love and war, even if I'm not a fan of that.
Right. I mean,
here's
I would like everybody to be on the up and up and everybody to disclose everything, but this just doesn't happen.
This is what Florio wrote. Quote, the game is obvious. The emergence of reports tying a given candidate to a specific job can take on a life of its own. In this case, linking Vick to the Sacramento State job operates as obvious leverage in his talks with Norfolk State. The reason I'm thinking this is like spot on for Mike Florio is because He just signed with Norfolk State. Like one day after we got this news of him being courted by Sacramento State.
Good for Mike
and
Florio.
Florio went to a reporter with Sacramento, the Sacramento Bee. Sacramento Bee said this was never a thing.
Well, I'm going to still kind of be on Schefter's side. I think he breaks so many darn stories. He maybe missed one.
I just think that
two or three.
I just think these things happen all the time. I mean, baseball, football, basketball, agents leak stories. Reporters take these leak stories, they put it out there, and it just sounds like some sour grapes on this one. I mean, I think Doug is probably right. He knew for a fact that probably wasn't going to be the case.
Yeah, Doug went right for the jugular.
He did, and he called
should.
him on it, and I don't mind that part either. But to sit here and now say it's unethical, I just think that's a stretch.
Adam Schefter's also trying to deflect with the making fun of Doug.
100% he is.
Because he's like, get me away from this whole thing over here. I want you guys all to laugh at this thing I said.
Yeah, Doug is on a roll now. His team is up to 2-10. So,
this hour
improved dramatically since this all went down.
This hour on 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by Warner Brothers. The college football playoffs is here, and you don't want to miss a moment of the action. With a new 12-team format, it guarantees to be bigger and better than ever. The college football playoff presented by Allstate begins with 4 first-round games December 20th and 21st on ESPN, ABC, TNT, and Max. We will be getting into those matchups a little bit later on in the show. Let's get to break. When we return, the San Diego State Women's Aztecs Ball Club is off to a fantastic start. We'll sit with 2 of their freshmen next here on Gwynn and Chris.
Look and what's going on in our own community, and we bring some young athletes into the studio, and we get to meet some young people who are, especially young ladies, that are taking the sports scene by storm. And the San Diego State women's basketball team, of course, you guys know I'm a part of that. 10-1, off to a great start this year, and two of the reasons why are with us in studio, both freshmen, both just 18 years of age, Naomi Panganiban and Nat Martinez. And just to give you a tad of background, Nat has already been named the Freshman of the Week in the Mountain West twice, and Naomi just won it last week. So we're like a month into the season, and these guys are winning all these awards and helping this team. And welcome to the show, ladies. Thanks so much for coming.
Thanks for having us.
Are you glad that I actually asked for you two knuckleheads?
Appreciate it.
Yeah, because I know that I knew you guys would probably, hopefully have fun and just relax and kick back and talk a little bit about, first, why don't you, Nat, start a little bit with the being on this team and what you expected and what you've seen so far in this 10-1 start.
Yeah, I mean, just being on this team, we're a really close-knit family. So when we went to Cancun and we showed out against these Power 5 teams, it just showed how much of a chemistry we already have at the beginning of the season, and then hopefully at the end it'll all work out.
Naomi, you went to school locally, La Jolla Country Day, and chose to stay home at San Diego State, and you got great support from your family. You said you wanted to play at home in front of everybody.
Yeah.
Are you having as much fun as you thought?
I'm having a lot of fun. I mean, I'm a little biased, but I feel like San Diego is like the best city in the country. So
it is.
Good
I
call.
couldn't imagine leaving.
There's no bias there. I think that's just a natural fact. We were talking before we came on. Both of you guys had terrific second options. I mean, Nat, you could have gone to Berkeley. Naomi, you could have gone to Harvard. You both end up here, and I imagine as a senior going into your freshman year of college, there's questions on what this is going to look like from a basketball standpoint and from a student-athlete standpoint. How different was it than you imagined it when you got there, or was it kind of exactly what you thought it would be? I'll start with you, Nat.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like my high school coach really prepared me because he put a lot of D1 players out. So having me on like a practice 2 times a day, workout, lift, really getting me prepared. So when I did come to San Diego State, it wasn't really anything new.
Yeah.
Naomi?
I mean, it's a little bit of both. I kind of expected like the physical side, the mental side, and I think it's just everything I expected pretty much.
The one thing that has impressed me about both of these players, Tony, and I tell them both, is their confidence in their own abilities. And both of these kids are fearless. We have them in studio. They're both listed at 5'7". Is that accurate, Naomi? Are you really 5'7", you think?
I'd say yeah, with shoes.
With shoes.
Hey, that's the only time we see you. It's with shoes. So I think that's
now you're going to go with 5'7"? You sticking with it?
Yep.
With shoes. But both of these kids go into the paint and they attack. They both have good, outside shots, but they don't just walk around on the perimeter. They go in and they make things happen. I think Naomi leads the team in free throw attempts, which tells me she's getting to the line. She's going in there, yeah. And so both of these kids play with fearlessness. And I asked them, I ask you, Nat, where you get some of that and some of your toughness. I know we were talking about it, but kind of explain where you got your game from.
Yeah, just growing up with brothers around. I mean, them just tossing me. We're playing 2v2 in the backyard, and then just, toss me on the floor really taught me that I need to stand up for myself. So when I go back and I'm playing against these, women and girls, it's just like, it's nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
Describe you guys' game, Nan. We start with you. Describe your game. Obviously, Chris says you get into the foul line quite a bit. Probably means you're spending some time in the paint. What kind of ball player are you?
I mean, I would probably describe my game like I can score all 3 levels, I'd say. And I like to get my teammates involved, facilitate a little bit, and I feel like when I'm facilitating, it helps me be able to score a little bit more, give me that confidence. So,
Matt?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of the same. I would say I'm a playmaker. I do love shooting the 3-ball. Let's say that's my specialty right now.
I agree.
Well, you're from the Bay
That's a
Area. Is there anybody up there you know of that shoots good threes?
You know, when you watch Stephen Curry every single day.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Now Nat had I'm going to share this story, and it's going to embarrass her a little bit. I'm sorry to do that, but she probably knows where I'm going here. But we were playing Wisconsin, and they're down. This is a big game for San Diego State, playing a Big Ten school in Cancun. Team is down by 3 late in the fourth quarter. Nat makes a 3 to tie the game. Next possession, Nat makes another 3 to put him ahead. Next possession, Nat tries a 3 and gets fouled. As she's coming to the free throw line for 3 crucial free throws to try to put the game away, for whatever reason, she glances up in the crowd and spots me announcing the game and has the moxie to wink at me as if to say, don't worry, I got this.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, I did.
And I asked her about this. I said, did that really happen? And?
Yeah, I did. I mean, I don't know what happened. I seen Chris. I was like, oh, I know him. All right, I'm about to make these free throws.
And she made them, and we won the game. So, I mean, that you don't see that with a freshman. That's almost a Kobe Bryant type thing, Tony. You don't see that.
That's some serious confidence. Obviously, you guys rolled in here your freshman year. You guys are off to a terrific start. You guys mentioned how tight-knit this team is. Did you kind of have that sense as you guys were being recruited to come to this school that you would be walking into a pretty family-oriented basketball team?
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I mean, we had 0 transfers this past year, so I think that's just testament to the culture and the program and how, like, the coaches are very welcoming. So, yeah, I think I kind of expected it.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, it was a good sign when nobody transferred, right? I mean, kids
Especially
are transferring everywhere.
right?
And we've had Stacy on, Stacy Terry Hudson, and I mean, she's really made a great program right now, and it's starting to really develop. Now, Naomi, I told a Nat embarrassing story. I don't know if I have one quite as embarrassing for Naomi, but I do know that, again, when we were in Cancun and they had Thanksgiving out there for all the teams and so we're all sitting out there, thousands of kids and parents sitting around the tables. And then after the dinner, they had a bunch of music up on stage, and they're banging on drums, and it was weird, whatever the music was. And they invited people to come up on stage. Her whole team nominated Naomi to be the one to go up on stage. That told me something about your personality a little bit, that you're outgoing and you like to have some fun and please people.
Yeah. I mean, I guess so. I mean, I like to live life a little on the edge, to be honest.
On the edge.
Have a little fun. But yeah, I got up there and did the drums. I had a great time.
Yeah.
Now, we talked a little bit about the school side of this. You guys figured out your majors as a freshman. What are we majoring in?
I'm political science.
Political science. Business. What do we plan on doing after basketball with these degrees that you guys will eventually get to?
Yeah, hopefully I'll go to law school after and then become a lawyer.
Yeah, I mean, I like entrepreneurship a lot. I mean, in middle school, I was selling chips and sodas and stuff, so that's how I'd make my money.
Had a little hustle at
yeah,
school.
I did.
So you got a side hustle.
You want to know what's funny is when I was little, my younger brother used to sell me top ramen because I would eat my allotment too quick, and then he would sell it back to
Hustling
me.
his own
and he's
sibling.
doing great in business. Don't worry about it.
So he had it all figured out ahead of time. Talk a little bit about your coach, Naomi, and the program. We mentioned Greg Gottlieb, but all your assistants. And you've talked about your teammates, but this whole thing, 10-1 is nice, but it seems like everybody has a fun time just being around each other.
Yeah, I would say we do have a lot of fun, but I think we're surrounded by a good amount of role models. I mean, Stacy's been coaching for San Diego State for a long time, and Greg, he has a lot of experience. John as well, Kelly, all them. Yeah, surrounded by knowledge pretty much.
Now, how excited are you guys? You guys haven't actually made any trips in the Mountain West. It's pretty rigorous in this conference. A lot of cold weather spots. I know you guys spend most of your time in the gym, but are you looking forward to going to some of these places? I'm sure you've heard about at this point, altitude, all that.
Yeah, I would say Wyoming just because I want to they always talk about the altitude and stuff. It's just like I want to experience
it.
You know.
Yeah, you're going to want to experience it until you
actually experience it. Exactly. Then not anymore.
Get the oxygen tanks out and ready to roll.
Okay, we got to remind everybody they have the San Diego Classic. One of the reasons, actually the main reason they came in was to help promote the San Diego Classic, which is coming up this week. Mm-hmm. It's Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at Viejas Arena. Clemson, Georgia, Colorado State, Stephen F. Austin, Hawaii, and the Aztecs are in the tournament. The Aztecs play Thursday at 3:30 and Saturday at 3:30. If you haven't got a chance, come on out to Viejas Arena. See this team play this year especially. All right, real quick, because we have a few minutes. I told stories that embarrassed them. Now they can tell a story that can embarrass me. Get me back. I was reffing at La Jolla Country Day High School a couple weeks ago. That's where Naomi went. Naomi came to the game, brought Nat and the other two freshmen.
The freshman four.
Yeah, the freshman four, Bailey Barnhard and Kaylin Hamilton both came. So all four of them were sitting there. I hear some heckling as I'm running up and down the court early in the game. Look over. It's my good friends, Naomi and Nat.
Now, is that the same game you handed out a technical foul?
Coach Terry Banford was driving me crazy in that game. But anyway,
that game?
I think it was a major warning is really what it was.
You're getting the business from Coach Terry. Right?
Well, Naomi should know that all referees get the business from her former coach.
Right.
All right, so anyway, your thoughts on my refereeing. You can embarrass me as much as you want.
Can he get up and down the court is what I want to know.
Does he need a walker?
Does he need a walker?
No, he was getting up and down there. There was a lot of fast breaks. Mm-hmm. But, he called a charge, but it wasn't even a charge.
Whoa.
Was it a blocking foul?
No, he caught a blocking foul when it should have been a charge.
Right. Oh, yeah. And then that's when we started heckling.
They clearly had a discussion about this on the side.
Did you guys see the replay or something? I mean, how are you so sure?
We all saw it, and we were like, what was that, Chris?
Yeah.
What kind of call was that? That's what we were yelling.
That's amazing. That's amazing, actually.
With friends like these, who needs enemies?
It's funny. I have been saying for years I need to show up to a game and do what you guys did. I just haven't been able to get to a game yet. So I'm glad you guys took care of that.
I'm trying to get to a game so that I can end this thing that Tony and Chris have against me, which is making 3-pointers.
So
talk a little bit about explain the situation to these young ladies. I would imagine they might even invite you out to a practice to try to do this.
So we made a bet with Skraby a few years back about making a 3-point shot, and he went to some
an outdoor
park,
elementary school or something.
Elementary school where the rims, questionable at 10 feet at this point, and he's claiming he can hit a standard 3-pointer straight on.
And now we've kind of augmented the bet to him making 3 out of 10, and he says that is money for him.
Which I did.
All right,
I did.
All right, so we
3 out of 10.
I mean, you guys.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys are both shooting, I think, above that from the arc this year, but you guys are real players. He is far from a real player.
Is it more difficult to shoot outside or more difficult to shoot inside? Because these guys won't give me credit that it happened outside.
We don't believe you is the main problem.
I even filmed a video and showed them.
Nah.
That's what the problem was.
I want to see it in a real gym on a real rim with a little pressure, like Nat and Naomi heckling you from the side.
I could make 1 out of 10.
1 out of 10 now.
Oh, shoot. We went down.
No. I could make 3 out of 10.
Okay.
Easy. Am I doing it from the men's 3-point line? Am I doing it from the high school 3-point line or the women's 3-point line?
Is the 3-point lines the same, isn't it?
Yeah,
for women
men's and women's.
So
yeah.
Okay, so am I doing it from the high school 3 because that is where we were talking?
No, you're not in high school, so you're not shooting it from the high school level.
That changes a lot because that is a long shot.
To answer his question.
Yeah, I would say the gym's much
better. Yeah.
Okay.
Legit.
All right, well, I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to.
Do you think if we brought him out to practice one day, Coach Stacy, or like once she went back inside, we could maybe steal a ball out there and see if he could do it?
Yeah.
Is it different shooting in a huge arena?
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't have the good.
How long did it take you guys to get used to the depth perception shooting in a arena versus a high school gym? I would assume it's a little bit different.
Mm-hmm.
It was different. I mean, it wasn't as different as everyone thought and said, but but it was like the background and the bleachers and the lights, adjusting to that was definitely something.
Yeah, the lights were really bright.
Interesting. Yeah. Naomi had no problem last week in Fullerton, though, Tony. I told you she swished one from half court to end the third quarter.
Yeah.
And,
Does Fullerton still have that crazy floor? Did they change it out?
Orange and blue, right?
Okay, yeah, they still got the crazy.
It was a little
floor.
crazy. Well, these kids are, they're, like I said, they're wise above their years, and you see them play basketball. It's so fun to watch. And I invite everybody to come out this weekend for the San Diego Classic. Georgia-Clemson, I think, is the first game, is it not? On Thursday, San Diego State plays Thursday. I'm asking Ben Pearson. He's supposed to know all this stuff. Georgia-Clemson.
Put it on poor Ben.
I know. I'm sorry. Georgia-Clemson, they play on Thursday, I think, 1 o'clock. Then these kids play at 3:30 against Stephen F. Austin, and then the Aztecs also play Saturday. But the tournament's 3 days. If you go to a game, if you go on a day, you get 2 games for the price of 1. So there's a doubleheader every day. And, I always tell you guys to come out and see the women's basketball team support. But this year, probably more than ever. And one last thing before you guys go. Championship is kind of what everyone has talked about. Now, last year, before you got here, this team made the final game of the Mountain West. They lost. I know that, the veterans, Kim, Adriana, et cetera, and Coach Terry Hudson especially, they've been talking about, like, we're in it to win it this year. Just speak to that a little bit before you go. Leave us with a little positive vibe. Naomi, go first.
Go.
I finally know how to tongue tie her now because she never stops talking outside this.
I mean, honestly, they say it best. I think ever since this summer, you could kind of tell that this year would be a little different, just how talented we are as a group and how I think everybody can do pretty much everything around the court. So I think just carrying the momentum that they had, like when they made it from the championship and then continuing it to now, I think we have a pretty good chance.
Yeah. You had anything?
Yeah, I think we're a committed group. We know what we need to do to win, and really it's in our hands. We have to execute, and we have everything behind us. We have the coaches, we have the different skills, the playing style, so it's just up to us now to execute.
Yeah.
Lovely.
I think we got everything we need.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, I hope you guys had some fun.
Yeah.
Appreciate you coming in. We had a good time having you in. And, Tony has 4 daughters? 3 daughters. 3 daughters on a son. 3 daughters. 2 of them play soccer in high school. So he is totally committed to young ladies playing sports.
That is the only reason why I haven't been to one of your games yet.
He does go.
Okay, that's valid.
He's an excellent father, man. He goes out and sees his kids, but don't let these guys off the hook. We got to get these 2 down to one of your games.
For sure.
Nat Martinez, Naomi Panganiban, thanks for coming in studio.
Thank you for having us.
We appreciate it. More Gwynn and Chris. We're not quite at the break.
Got to stretch it a little bit longer there, buddy.
You know what we could do, actually, because I forgot to tell you, Chris? We can go to traffic. Hold on, though. There we go. Now we'll go to traffic. 97.3 The Fan.
From the 97.3 The
4 o'clock hour, and it's Tony's turn.
Yeah,
to
welcome
talk.
back.
Yes, thank
as
you, Tony.
we go to the 4 o'clock.
Forgot what day it was.
Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, Matt Skraby. Fun visit.
Kids were all right. They did well, and I think they enjoyed it. They were kind of excited. A little overwhelmed at the radio thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like this is, bright lights, big city. Here's the thing I liked. They were on to Skraby real quick.
Very quick.
Skraby goes, I'll make 3 out of a 10. Next time he goes, I'll make 1 out of a 10. Whoa!
Dropping the number.
The number.
He went
I
from
said,
30%
man, you guys learned about this
to
guy
I'll
quick.
just make 10%
Well,
of the shots.
originally the bet was to make high school threes, and it wasn't to make the
Skraby, it's
college threes.
High school 3 and a college 3
like
is
a
like
foot and
another
a half.
foot.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's different.
You're fine.
It's different, man.
Now he's getting worried because he
still
knows
make
he's
3,
going to be
though.
in the. He's going to be.
Do I get warm-up shots?
What is going to be our test this year? We had the hot spice last year. What are we going to do this year?
This is going to
for
be
you?
our test. He's going to come to practice and he's going to try 10 threes.
I
don't know what to do. What do you
think? You're
think?
a crash dummy.
What do you think's fair for Tony? What do you think's fair for practice though? Because if he's allowed to go down to the other end and shoot like 100 threes before he does it,
Well, here,
Give me 10.
I don't think we need to worry about 100 threes.
Right.
We
I'll
saw
get too
this
tired.
guy's shoulder deteriorate over 18 holes of golf pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's true. I never even thought about that part of my shot.
So I think we're all right with his over practicing. But I think it would be interesting to
I gotta
see.
find this video that I made years ago.
But I was very impressed with the 2 young ladies, Nat Martinez, Naomi. Help me with the last name again?
no. Naomi Panganiban.
Panganiban.
Yeah, they're terrific. Skraby's first thing was, how did that young lady there with her size score 27 in a game?
No joke.
27.
They can play.
As she
Both
said,
of these kids
all
can
3
play.
levels. She told you all
Yeah,
3
and
levels.
she goes to like I said, she leads the team in free throw attempts, so she goes to the rim, and they're not scared.
They're not.
Neither of them.
And
that's what impresses me the most because they're freshmen and they're supposed to be at least a little hesitant, and they're not.
They're not. They ooze confidence.
Yeah.
Just in how they carried themselves, not arrogance, but
Right.
just confident in what they can do, and it's showing. Mountain West Conference twice for Nat, and the reigning freshman Mountain West Conference player of the week in Naomi. So good work, Skraby. You found the video? Is that what it
I
looks like?
found the video that I made, it was made in 2019 of me making my shots.
Making your shots
on a kid
plural.
court.
It's on an outdoor court, but yeah.
And how big? How long's the 3-point line? Like grade school distance?
I did it from the top of the key.
It seems like grade school distance.
I did
if
it
we're
from the
being
top
honest.
of the key.
All right.
I'm going to repost this video.
Repost it to get some people believing out there that you might be able to accomplish this
What
task.
happens when I do this and you guys are like
3 out of a 10? 3 out of 10. I'm going to give you props, man. We're going to come on the air and we're
right.
going to
You'll
show
be
the
like,
video.
well, there
We're gonna
was
tell-
a little bit of a breeze.
I mean,
in the
listen,
gym.
We're going to give you all the credit in the world. That's what I did for eating the 10 food.
No, you guys don't give me credit because you said that you guys do not give me credit.
No, well, we kind of figured later we didn't get the right 10. I think we came to that conclusion.
Again, that wasn't my fault.
We better get around to playing some Chris versus the fans because I know that our boss sent out a thing earlier and said start playing it closer to the top of the hour.
833-288-0973. Let's play some Chris versus the fan.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right. We had a pretty quick game yesterday, didn't we?
I think we did. Well, it was like
was-
right on the cusp.
The winner was it? I believe Kevin was celebrating his birthday.
That's right.
And
Yes,
it was the
you're
first
right.
time
Yes,
he'd ever
yes.
won.
Okay, now it's all coming back to me.
He was excited, and we were excited for him.
All right. The rules. You have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you're a first-time
player,
let us know before you get into it, and you'll get that question for free. Chris vs. the Fans is presented by SD Fat Loss. Lose 20 to 30 pounds in just 60 days. Visit sdfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation.
I had a question.
Yes.
How did that come about? First time play? When did we get to that?
I think you did it.
Did I do it?
I think you did.
It must have been a Tony thing.
And then we just started going with it because then
it's kind of like Raider.
and Chris didn't want to do it for the longest time, if I can remember.
Okay, yeah, no, it's coming back. It's coming back. It's coming back. Yeah. All right. Craig, you want to give me my first
You win a
contestant?
chance to go to the
yes.
Westgate, Las Vegas, 2 tickets to Hoops Central, and all that goes with it. When you win, Skraby will tell you what you qualified for.
It's a lot. So
it's a lot.
We have to read it. The Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino features newly designed premier room, part of their $70 million room renovations, home of legendary Vegas fun. Experience the madness of March as only Westgate Las Vegas Resort and Casino can serve it up to you with high-definition screens, luxury seating, table service, and access to all the best gaming action. Enjoy hoops action from the best up-and-coming stars on giant HD screens in a smoke-free environment as you thrill to the games that keep us coming back to college basketball every year.
Chris was ready just
For
to
tickets, head to WestgateResorts.com.
It wears me out to read
Chris
that
was
thing.
ready just
I can't
to
make the
skip.
second half of the show.
We'll get it to you at the end. Don't worry. It's a good price.
No, he
though.
said Skraby will get it to you.
All right, who's our first contestant?
Our first contestant will be Ben.
Hello, Ben. Happy Tuesday.
Hello.
Hello, Ben.
Hello, Ben. Are you
Welcome to the show. You
Yes,
there?
I'm a first-time player.
First time player. Here we go. Second question.
By the way, we're on it with our first time player.
We are. Last 2 times been pretty nice.
Pretty good.
Who is the only defensive player to have won the NFL MVP?
That's number 3.
That is number 3. So we'll go to number 2.
Don't think about that question.
Don't worry about it. What color is the first level of karate belt?
White.
Whoops. Sorry. Hold on.
You got it.
It's a question 1, but
Very good,
Is
Ben.
it? I
It
had
sh-
no
it should
idea
be.
until I looked it up.
All right, here we go. Question number 2.
3.
3. Question number 2. Round number 3. Ooh. Should I just ask the same one or should I move on?
So you can ask the same one.
Who's the only defensive player to win the NFL MVP award?
Ever?
Ever.
Really?
Reggie White.
Ooh, the
I like
preacher.
guess.
Stay there.
Alan Page?
Is that your guess?
It is.
Skraby, don't look at me like that, dude.
That means that you're the winner, Ben.
Oh, we've got some research to do here.
I thought Alan Page won it way back when for the Vikings, but I could be wrong.
According to
out of my
Skraby,
book.
the only man to ever do it was Mr. LT, the original, Lawrence Taylor.
Don't
Lawrence
smoke
Taylor.
crack.
Bad
Never
for
seen
you.
The Water Boy.
But we are certainly checking to see if
Page
anybody
was
else.
the first. Page was the first defensive player in NFL history to win the MVP award, and only Lawrence Taylor has done it since.
All right. Well, my book was wrong. I see when he said Page, I was like, uh-oh.
He said it was so quickly too. It was like, that's definitely a winner at some point.
Yeah, he did. But that doesn't take it away from you, Ben.
Ben, nice work.
Yeah, I don't think that would be fair.
Nope.
So, Ben, we already told you you won, you're a winner, all those things. So
This is why.
Stick
This is why you
around.
call in, ladies and gentlemen, because even if you get the answer wrong, Scrabe may end up crowning you champion anyway.
There may be a Skrabyism down the road.
You know
somewhere.
what is unfortunate about this?
What is unfortunate?
It's
about
calling
this?
my trivia book into question because this came from my trivia book.
Yeah, I can't. I was about to say it just depends on when it was written. But if my man
No,
won
it was
it,
written well past.
Yeah, Page won it way back when.
Page won it. Yeah,
I think
that
it
was.
was made in 2017. So.
Alan Page was
Where
part
are you
of the
getting these books from?
Amazon.
Oh man.
Yeah, Alan Page was part of the Purple People Eaters. Great defensive tackle. And was part of the Vikings team that made 4 Super Bowls and lost.
Oh
them
no, I
all.
can't look at it. You need
Lost
those.
them.
I don't know where the question is, but this is the book I use.
Yeah, Alan Page is in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He's also in the College Football Hall of Fame. He went to Notre Dame. He was also a tremendously intelligent guy who went on to become, I believe, a federal judge when his career was over. Alan Page.
Real quick, I don't know if you guys saw this circulating on Twitter. You remember when Strahan broke the all-time sacks record?
Oh, yeah.
Chris and I were talking about this on Friday.
Did you guys talk about this on Friday?
Not too in detail.
Yeah.
We were watching the show, the new show, which is called the New York Sack Exchange, the 30 and 30 about Mark Gastineau, who seems very bitter.
Is he up? Is he really upset? I couldn't tell if he was like serious.
I think he's a little. I think he's bitter.
Serious.
I think he's bitter that Brett Favre, he says, took a dive and gave the record to Michael Strahan. All these years later, Gastineau's still upset.
Still upset about it.
But here's the thing that I said the other day, and I'll say again: Gastineau only had the record, and Strahan only has the record now because they didn't keep the statistic when Deacon Jones played. Deacon Jones had like 40 sacks one year. I mean, just,
right.
It's insane. And everybody who was around knows it, but they just didn't officially keep it. I think they've been able to go back and look at records and some film and some things, but Deacon was way above those numbers. So that to me has always been kind of a weird record. I know Strahan actually holds it, but I never felt like he actually does.
The interesting thing is I completely forgot where I was going by even bringing it up.
Well, just that Gastineau was so upset and wanted to. He confronted Brett Favre.
Yeah,
I mean, he's just going face to face with Brett Favre. Brett Favre was like, "Oh my God, you're really mad." And Favre, though, for his part, keeps trying to lie about it and say, "Oh no, he just called the play and I turned the corner and he popped up." But everybody knows Favre took a dive. He sat down and let Strahan get the sack.
I don't know if Brett is the most trustworthy
I was just about to say, I don't know if he's giving us the full story.
I don't think he's even kind of trustworthy on stuff like this. He doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt, that's for sure.
All right, let's get to break. We have reached the 4:12 mark of the show. We'll get to break. Here's some traffic.
From the 97.3 The Fan.
And so
it is.
I'm improving. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Skraby, 97.3 The Fan. Don't forget, following our program tonight at 6 o'clock, it's the Skraby Chronicles.
It returns.
And he's already told us like 3 or 4 choices for his daily gripe.
He's always got a handful.
He always has a bunch to choose from.
I
have
actually
this
forgot.
feeling.
I already wrote one in last week for today.
This guy's writing his griefs in a week in advance.
Honestly, you are the radio sports talk show version of Larry David. You just kind of have a grievance over everything.
Yep, I agree.
And that's pretty much what
should I give? Because I
made
already
that
have
show
mine.
about.
Should I tell you what I said earlier about is it bonus daily gripe?
Have at it, buddy.
When you get on an elevator.
Either that or we can do Brock Purdy or...
Oh, I just put that in there because you guys were like, oh, that's kind of an interesting thing. I got on the elevator today. You guys know I hate it when people get on the elevator with me. It's just not something
As if
I
you
enjoy.
should have full control.
Right.
I know.
To
he
get
should have his
solo
own
rides.
elevator.
Yes.
I know.
Get out of here, dude.
No, I know. And you know what? Sometimes I will go to and wait for a different elevator so I can go up in the elevator on my own. I know.
You're so
I'm
weird.
I know. Today, I got in the elevator, and there were some fit-looking people that got into the elevator, and I hit my number 6 floor, and they hit number 2. So my daily gripe is, why are you taking the elevator and making me stop on floor 2 when you could just easily take the stairs that are just right there? It's like 7 stairs up to floor 2.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Why are you taking the elevator to floor 2?
Does the door where the stairs are say stairs? Because I've never seen it.
So it's right there.
Well, you're talking about the door here in our studio.
Oh,
but
downstairs, yeah.
Downstairs in the lobby, does it say stairs somewhere? I've never seen it.
No, the
I've
stairs.
been coming here for 7 years. I've never seen the sign that says, here are the stairs.
I know you like to park on that one street over there. Do you come in through the front of the building, or do you come in through the side?
I used to come
building?
in through the front. Now I come in through the side.
The side is where the stairs are. You could see it
Ah,
right
you
there.
know what?
not
You're
seen
right.
the sign.
It's the door on the right.
It is.
So you know there's 2 doors when you come in? It's the door on the right. I have seen it before.
I'm not
Should I
paying
get on
that
the
close
phone
of
and go try to
attention.
figure this out?
Here's what I have to say about your gripe. I think there are certain gripes that we all have. And I think in our minds, we gripe about them often. But I think that's the type of gripe that should stay in your mind.
Why?
I mean, unless it's like me or Chris or your family or friends, I don't know that you should be telling a stranger, man, you need to take the stairs.
I did not tell the stranger that.
But it's your gripe. You wanted to tell the stranger, take the stairs.
I would never say anything.
No,
I
think there's
stew
nothing.
in my mind.
I think there's nothing wrong with it stewing in your mind. Certainly, been in an elevator in a rush. Someone comes in and they want to stop at the second floor. In my mind, I'm like, you a-hole. I don't want you to stop there.
I think you could say the same thing to me about not walking to work. I live close enough to walk. I choose not to.
Oh, no, we've already been over this. I think it's ridiculous that you don't walk to work. If I were you, I'd be walking to work every single day. You literally have a nice built-in exercise that you don't have to budget time
You
for.
probably burn unnecessary gas just turning your car on to come here.
Chris puts
Fossil fuel, baby.
He puts his sunglasses on.
Putting the
For the 2-minute drive.
Ruining the ozone.
You're
That's
like
me.
Horatio Kane from CSI
Oh,
Miami.
my gosh, Horatio
You get out of the car,
Kane.
you take your sunglasses, and you take them off in a dramatic way.
Do you really think I have sunglasses?
That was a messy
that
one.
I wear in the car?
Tony loves Horatio.
A couple of quick sports stories, because I think that's why you tune into this program. Maybe not. Cody Bellinger's been traded to the Yankees. That's the big baseball news of the day. At some point, we still got to get to the pitching injuries.
Can I talk about this Cody Bellinger thing?
Of course.
I saw my man Cameron Maben reporting on it, and I get it. Yankees, you happy you didn't sign for a guy for $700 and whatever $1 million, but you're not gonna sell me on Cody Bellinger being this elite bat.
He was for one season,
but that's
he's
my
certainly
point.
not
Like,
been that
this
in a
isn't
long
something
time.
that you can guarantee is going to happen. I mean, that's why the Cubs are moving him. They signed him after a terrific season the year before,
right?
And he did a little bit what he did after winning the MVP. The year that he won it with
predictably went down.
He went down.
Like anybody knew that was going to happen.
And so,
except for
yes,
the Cubs.
you get an elite defender. I'll give you that. But I don't know that you can say that this is an elite bat that you're going to be able to depend upon.
Well, the good news is if he doesn't live up to billing, they've still got Trent Grisham. So the Yankees are in good hands.
Yeah. Do we have time to get? Do we have time to get into the report, or are we going to hold this one for a little bit?
What report?
The MLB report on the pitchers. Chris has a lot to say about this.
I think we need to do that at 5 p.m.
5 p.m.
Because we need a lot of time for it.
That must be where it's written in at, too.
It's actually written at 2, but we could talk about Rob Manfred and how he kind of finally admitted.
Because he really wants to get into this.
Oh,
one.
yeah. He finally admitted that maybe deferred
I don't
contracts.
know that he was ever not admitting. I think he just hadn't spoke on it yet.
Here's what he said about the deferred numbers. He said, deferrals at some point can become problematic. Historically, we did have one franchise, Arizona, that got itself into financial difficulties as a result of excessive deferrals. We've strengthened our rules in terms of the funding of deferred compensation in order to avoid that kind of problem. But, look, obviously, the bigger the numbers get, the bigger the concern. I had no idea that Arizona Diamondbacks...
You did. Yeah, you did. You know how you know? Because I've been telling you that teams have been doing it for years.
No, I didn't know that they
got into trouble.
They got into financial trouble because they promised all these deferred contracts, but they couldn't pay it. So,
well, they paid it. They paid
and
it.
I also didn't know this. I found this very interesting.
Yeah, how do you think the Diamondbacks won the 2001 World Series? How do you think they afforded Randy Johnson, Kurt Schilling,
Jay Bell,
and every other all-star that they had
Williams
on that team? I mean, it's a great point, but they won a World Series by deferring money, and then Colangelo.
Yeah,
who was the guy that handed out all the deferred money, got let go, and then they were the new owners were holding the bag, and they couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
So
what was it that you didn't know? I'm sorry.
No, this is very interesting because I thought you could just hold on to this money and hoard the money and make money over money on this deferred money. But according to the Athletic article, no matter how many years into the future salary is to be paid out, a team cannot hold on to that money it defers for very long. Has to be within a year and a half of the given season. The present value of the money has to be put aside.
Yeah.
So it's a checks and balances for deferral.
That happened after the Diamondback situation. They, as he said, they tightened the rules. But it was interesting to know that at least Rob is watching. He's paying attention to it. It's really only one team that he's having to really watch, at least that we know of.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's other ones out there, maybe not being as tightly scrutinized as the Dodgers' recent contracts.
I'm getting dude, this has been going, and this is not for you, Brandon, but I get this a lot. Dude, this has been going on forever. Ever heard of Bobby Bonilla? Yes. We've talked about Bobby Bonilla, but Bobby Bonilla was making $1 million. He's making $1 million a year for
he's making, but that's not what his contract.
His deferred money. He's getting $1 million a year.
You're sour.
That's not
You're
that
just
big of a
sour
deal.
because it's the Dodgers. Admit.
If it was, I mean,
if the Rockies were doing this,
you
would
got
you
to
be
think
bothered?
about it. If it was, maybe not be that mad.
I do think, and I'm not trying to complain because it's within the rules, but I do think the Dodgers have something other teams don't, which is a lot of cash flow.
And that has always been the case.
And it has always been the case. But it does make an unfair playing field for other teams.
Does it, though?
It does.
How?
Because
they've
they're not as worried
won
about
championship in... Well, because, we don't count the 20. Everybody says it was a fake one. Mickey Mouse. Yeah. They've won one since 88. So how is it that this advantage is taking hold?
And another comment, it doesn't count against the cap or CBT. It does. It actually, Shohei Ohtani's like around $43 million. Even though he's getting paid $70, he has to go for the max for his entire contract of $43 million. Maybe they do that. Maybe they say, hey, if you want to defer money and you're going to sign this guy $70 million a year, your CBT is going to be $70 million on that guy.
Well, they're not doing that because that is not a part of the rules right now. I know we want to keep wishing that they do something different. It's not happening at least until this next collective bargaining agreement comes up, which I believe is 26? Because it felt we did this year the other day, and I was like, man, is that soon? I thought we just did the whole collective bargaining.
26 is when it ends 22 through 26. Do you think they do something to address this?
Well, basically what? Make it illegal to do it?
No.
I mean, what else are they going to do?
Just maybe put more safeguards in there.
They've already got some.
But the Dodgers, they do not care about paying the luxury tax, and that's other teams too.
That's not true. They've reset their luxury piece.
I don't think they. We've been over this.
I'm pretty sure they reset it the year before Ohtani came in. I know what Sports Tracks is telling you, but I'm just saying. I think
they did it because they didn't sign anybody.
That's why
that
they
year.
didn't sign.
But they
anybody.
already had existing contracts. What I was trying to prove to Tony was that they don't care about paying the tax because they've been over the tax for like 4 or 5 straight seasons. The last time it says they were under the tax was 2020. Like, if you don't care about paying the tax, then what's the point of having a penalty for the tax?
You just keep forking over more tax money. That also, guess what? It's part of the collective. What is it? The money that gets distributed to the lower.
Oh, the revenue sharing.
The revenue sharing.
The money that the Pirates put in their pocket.
Right.
I mean, you should be more mad at the Pirates for doing that than you should be for the Dodgers for spending.
Or the A's who are signing people in abundance now so they don't get in trouble for not spending enough.
That is true. That is very true. I don't know. It's just I'm glad that Rob Manfred has at least acknowledged that there is something there.
Don't worry, Skraby. I've got my eye on it.
I don't know if I want drunk Rob Manfred renegotiating the CBA.
I guarantee you the players want that one.
Yeah,
drunk Rob Manfred, who's probably never picked up a drink in his life, but we get it. We charge him with that.
Anyway. All right. I think we need to go to break.
Yes, we do.
Is it me?
No, it's me, and it's the Big Five. Next.
So Skraby and I are working through some discrepancies in this whole competitive tax balance. We think that the discrepancy comes with Trevor Bauer and his contract that year. I think it was the 22 year, or it might have been 23. Wait, we just did the 24 season. So it would have been 22 season for Bauer. His contract, which was on the books.
21.
But he was signed through 22, I believe.
Yes.
And so I think that is why in Sports Track it had the Dodgers going over. That suspension ended up altering the numbers a little bit. And if you remember, the Dodgers really set out of the 22 offseason in order to sign Ohtani in the 23 offseason. And so therefore their clock restarted. So now they're in year 2 of being taxed at that level, whatever it's going to end up being.
And then next year it'll be their 3rd, so they have to stop.
Well, they would have to then, after that 3rd year, get back under to reset it, or the tax starts getting ridiculous.
So you're telling me the reason that they reset their tax is because they signed Trevor Bauer, who then got kicked out of the league? That's how they ended up on top on this thing?
They got saved.
I'd like to go back to 1992. For a moment.
Okay, we'll jump back that far. It's fine.
Here's why. That season, out of 6 teams in the National League West, the Dodgers finished 6th. What were they doing? Like, they've always had this advantage. They've always had more money. Maybe there just wasn't as much, I guess, back then. I'm trying to look back on the Dodgers when they've kind of struggled, and I got to go back to then. Find a last place finish for the Dodgers. Had a couple of 4ths and 5ths in there, but not much.
The gap is certainly widened, for sure.
Right, the gap now is different than I think it was then.
Yeah.
So that's probably helps explain it. Either that, or they had some really bad baseball people in 1992. Because could you imagine the Dodgers finishing last now or any time within the next 30 years?
I feel like they were in the middle of like 5 straight Rookie of the Years at that point too in '92. Like they were like in the middle of that run where they had like it was like Mondesi, it was like Hollinsworth. It was just a bunch of like Carols like back to back to back to back Rookie of the Years that they had, but they weren't necessarily having the success that we.
Well, I mean, I'm looking. The Dodgers, they did finish 4th in 2010.
Oh, yeah, I remember that year.
Out of 5 teams. That was a good year for you guys.
Good year for the Padres.
Yeah.
That was also the last year they finished under 500. They were 80 and 82 that year.
Wow.
So, since then it's been nothing but 1st or 2nd and over 500.
Struggle bus. This hour on 97.3 The Fan is brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings.
Is it struggle bus or struggle sauce, or is it either?
It's both.
It's
both.
Either.
Yeah.
Either.
I said
right,
but either.
Okay.
B-Dubs is football. Head to your local Buffalo Wild Wings and try their new maple chipotle sauce with rich maple sweetness and a mild, smoky chipotle heat. Yes, indeed. For a bit of a kick, check out the new Cajun sauce for a rich blend of spicy and tangy pepper sauce. Stop by your San Diego B-Dubs or order now for takeout and delivery with Buffalo Wild Wings. Go.
From the 97.
All right, no time to waste because
Number 5.
We were just talking about this, and you guys have an opportunity now to make fun of me. But I was reading Rob Manfred's interview, and he had some interesting things to say about deferrals. He thinks there can be a point when it goes too far, but when talking about the Dodgers being the major players in the deferral game, a part of the article, which made me pretty annoyed, honestly, was this. Here's the excerpt. Quote, Dodgers...
There you go, clear your throat.
Dodgers president. No. Dodgers president of baseball operations, Andrew Friedman, has called the conversation around his team's deferrals, quote, kind of a lazy narrative, end quote. Quote. Tony.
End quote.
Quote. Is thinking, this is right up my alley, so you can fully call me a lazy narrative person, but is thinking the Dodgers have an unfair advantage a quote-unquote lazy narrative?
I see what you did there. You tried to flip the words. I don't know that he was calling an unfair advantage a lazy narrative. I think he was specifically talking about the deferral narrative being a lazy
argument.
That's interesting.
Narrative.
I didn't take it that way at all.
I think that's what he was talking about, and if indeed that is what he was talking about, I would agree. It is a lazy narrative to keep pushing that. They do, certainly. I don't even think the Dodgers could argue that they have an advantage. They probably would argue unfair. I think most of us would say unfair. But I do think it's a little bit of a lazy narrative to specifically about the deferrals.
I go hide over here. Chris, lazy narrative?
No. I think it's fair.
Oh, okay.
Rip the Dodgers a new one. They're cheating. They're taking advantage of the system, and they're the only ones that can. So I think it's easy for this Andrew Friedman to sit on his high horse and say, for the Pirates, this is just a lame excuse. Because it's a fair excuse for the Pirates. I hate to say they don't have the same wherewithal that you do. They don't. So
okay.
I'm gonna
don't hide, Skrabe. You got company.
Yeah, there you go. I'm with you. I'm with you.
I know
Skrabe.
you said you wanted to go hide after I finished speaking, but
I'm with you.
You got company. Don't hide.
Now I'm back out of hiding.
Boom.
Number 4.
Chris, our team still have a shot at the playoffs.
Who?
The 49ers and the Dolphins.
He said
our still have a shot.
49ers and the Dolphins do.
Wow.
Here are the different scenarios. And by the way, the Dolphins and the 49ers play this coming Sunday in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
So here's what the 49ers need to get into the playoffs. They need to win out. They need the Cardinals to lose or tie versus the Panthers, and then the Cardinals beat the Rams. They need the Rams to lose to the Jets and the Cardinals. They need the Seahawks to lose to the Vikings and the Bears. And they need the Rams and Seahawks to tie in Week 18, which is not going to happen.
That's all less than 1%.
Yes.
So stop even thinking about it.
Now, Chris, for your Dolphins, you need to win out. Excuse me. Need Colts to go to 2, or Colts need to go 2-1 down the stretch. Chargers need to go 1-2 down the stretch, or Broncos to go 0-3 down the stretch.
I believe that any of those three things can happen.
Me too.
For Miami. The one problem that can't happen for Miami is that they win out. They're not going to win out.
Well, here's the thing,
They're not
Chris.
good enough to win out.
The winner of this game between the Dolphins and the Niners this Sunday eliminates the other.
Yeah.
Who's going to win?
Well, I'll say the Dolphins. What, am I going to root for your team? No, I'm not going to root for your team.
I knew where this was going.
Let's put the Niners out of their misery right here.
There's no misery. There's still life.
I guess.
No. If
I
they
guess
lose tomorrow,
if they lose to the Dolphins, I guess this would be a tiny bit of joy in a crappy season would be to eliminate the 49ers. But I think the 49ers have pretty much been eliminated by themselves a long time ago. And the same could be said for the Dolphins.
They need the Rams and the Seahawks to tie.
Yeah.
You're
that's
done. Crazy.
You're done. And the Dolphins are done because they're not winning out. If you look at not only playing the 49ers, their next two games are in cold weather on the road.
Forget about it.
Forget about it. They haven't won a game in cold weather since the Nixon administration. I don't think it was.
Tony,
who was that? 70 what?
In the mid-70s, yes, when they used to win on the road.
I am not a crook.
Yeah.
Tony?
What's up?
Who's going to win this game, 49ers or the Dolphins?
The Dolphins, baby.
Oh, God.
The Dolphins are going to they're putting the Niners out of the misery.
Yeah, sure.
Night-night.
Night-night.
They're going to do a Steph Curry to the 49ers?
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do.
Man.
Number 3.
That's what Geno Smith did after he ran for a touchdown on them. The NFL schedule for Week 17 just underwent a major overhaul. The league has announced that a total of 6 games are going to be moved, with the biggest shakeup coming on December 28th when the NFL plays its first and only Saturday tripleheader of the season. Tripleheader includes these games: the Chargers at the Patriots, the Broncos at the Bengals, and the Cardinals at the Rams. So there's no real question about this, but Tony, is it safe to say the NFL prioritizes their TV streaming audience over fans who go to games? Meaning they're moving games around. People are going to have to move things around.
I think NFL has been moving towards prioritizing the streaming folks here for a few years. This isn't anything new. I think the
Case
people.
in point, Chris not being able to
I
go
was
to
about
a
to say,
game.
I think the people going to the game are just now feeling it because this is the first year that they flexed a game from
They're
one day
changing
to the
days.
next.
Yeah.
That is the first time has been felt for the consumer that goes to the game. But they've been moving in this streaming direction for quite some time. And so, they are prioritizing their streaming audience versus the folks who buy tickets to go. Because quite frankly, I think the NFL recognizes the folks that buy tickets to go, they're locked in.
Yeah.
Those are your diehards of diehards.
That's their routine.
That's their thing. Now, I'd probably say that the folks like Chris and Lori are the minority in terms of people who go to those games.
Like just a one-off.
Just a
buyer.
one-off. Yeah, I think most of those folks that go more often than once.
Well, Lori and I are not a one-off because we are now not going to the game. So
a never off.
Yes, we're a never off. We're
I've
not
thought
going.
about this a lot, about Chris not going to this game, and part of me thinks, good for you, Chris. You're sticking it
Standing
to the
it
NFL.
up. He's doing what the rest of the millions of people cannot do.
Yeah, the NFL is really hurting. They're feeling the pinch by me and Lori refusing to go.
All right, Chris, what do you think?
Well, the writing's on the wall, and this is why I keep rooting against streaming.
He's
Because
been
the
rooting
NFL
against it for a while.
wants to eventually stream all the games and make you and I pay for all the games individually. And that is where they're headed, and they're going to be there in 10 to 15 years, maybe sooner. So, this is why I wish all the streaming was unsuccessful so that the NFL would rethink it. But it's totally successful every time they do it. So, we got to hang with it.
Number 2.
All right, here's a little game we were going to play in the last segment, but I moved it to this segment. As many people are talking about, Brock Purdy, did you hear his contract demands were released? Dirty tactic by the 49ers.
Who's lying? Is it the Niners doing
It's got to
this?
be the 49ers.
Let me hear some
Well,
of
his
these
demands were basically he wants $50 to $60 million a year, which is what a starting quarterback in the NFL is making these days. But I want to ask you guys, we're going to play a name game, and I'm going to name some of the other quarterbacks around the league. You tell me who you would rather want as your quarterback. Chris, you're up first. Brock Purdy or Tua Tagovailoa?
Who would I rather have?
Yes.
That's a tougher question than you think. Tua when things are going well, but Tua when things aren't going well is not the guy you want out there. He folds up like a cheap suit. Brock Purdy has been to
like
the
a lawn chair.
championship twice, right? At least the NFC championship. He's been able to get it done in pressure games. This hurts, but I have to say for now, Brock Purdy, because he's been able to do it in big games. Tua has not.
All right, Brock Purdy or Baker Mayfield?
Is this me or is it him still?
Actually, let's change the thing. Yeah, you go on Tua. Brock Purdy or Tua?
I'm gonna go Purdy. I know that Purdy's bad isn't often as bad as Tua's bad.
That's a good way of putting it.
Tua puts up really good
does.
statistics and numbers, but he can't beat good teams in big games. It just until he does, that has to be hold him back.
Chris, Brock Purdy or Baker Mayfield?
I'll take Mayfield here.
I agree with
for
that.
the future, the near future.
Yeah.
Mayfield looking like a gamer now.
He's
gotten through his chubby growing days. You know what I mean? He's finally, he's got it together now. Mayfield. The Buccaneers are a little lucky because he just wasn't capable of doing what he's doing now with those other teams. But he's legit.
I thought that what are we talking about? Baker. I've always thought Baker had the leadership qualities. Early on, it's just the talent. It just seemed like it wasn't quite up to snuff.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, he's a good example of someone that has improved every year. And I think the best thing that happened to him, honestly, and I know Chris might not like this, is going to L.A. and being under McVay.
Could have been,
because it seemed like that is when, because he was going from team to team. It seemed like prior to that,
he got released by the Browns, and then he went there and he was given a chance. And
right.
I think that unlocked it.
And I think since then he has played some of his best football.
Do you remember him playing a couple of those games for the Rams? He looked like he was lost beyond repair.
I remember the first game
he didn't know the playbook.
He didn't know the playbook and led them to a victory.
Yeah.
And then
on Monday Night Football,
it progressively got better, at least.
Wow.
And I like Baker Mayfield, man. I think he's the real deal. I would take Baker over Brock.
All right, we need to speed up a little bit,
Sorry.
Chris. No, it's okay. Brock Purdy or Kyler Murray?
Wow.
You know what? Kyler is just too haphazard for me. I must say the steadiness of Brock Purdy.
Tony?
Yeah, I would say the same.
Brock Purdy, Chris, or Trevor Lawrence?
Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy, Chris, or C.J. Stroud?
CJ.
CJ.
Too young. A lot of upside.
All right.
But I still think you better pay Brock Purdy
$50 million. They playing some cheap games over there, man.
Yeah.
Number 1.
Very cheap games. Like, I'm not happy with my team for that. A casualty of the times is closing down 1,000 stores of a very well-known business across the United States. Shell has announced they're going to close down 1,000 U.S. stores and instead will be busy installing 70,000 charging stations next year. Tony's ears perked up. So don't be surprised if your favorite Shell is closed down in 2025. Who's up first? Tony's up first. How much? I know you don't always buy gas, but you do drive a car that is gas powered.
I do.
How much does a brand play a role in you buying gas?
0. I'm looking at cost of gas. Price of gas.
Not convenience, like this is on the right
Nope,
corner.
because the convenience is which gets you. That's when they run the price tag way up. Like the one gas station that's close to the freeway, they're running it up.
Yeah, the airport
Oh,
one.
yeah, for
The
sure.
airport one, running it up. If it's the only
that one right next to the train station,
run it up.
It's like $1.50 or $1.50 more.
I'm looking at price. If you got cheap gas, I'm coming.
Chris, brand.
I only buy Kirkland brand.
That's me and you both, baby.
Because that's the cheapest.
That's the cheap. Costco Kirkland, baby.
I get up at 6, 7 o'clock just to go over to Costco and fill up both cars, mine and my wife's.
Beautiful thing.
Wait, you come back and then go back?
It's 5 minutes away.
I mean, they live close.
Lori doesn't.
You
pump her own
don't have
gas?
what it takes to ever get married. Because you just all of these things seem so impossibly foreign to you.
He doesn't. He was.
She would be like,
"Hey, this
can you
guy
go get
was."
me gas?
I
Nah.
didn't share this with everybody, but Skraby was so mad at me when he thought I wasn't going to the holiday party. We got into a full-on yelling match in here, and it's because he has no children. He doesn't know what it's like.
Yes.
But we later patched it up.
We did. I don't like it when I freak out, but I did freak out. And Greg Ranieri from KSON was here doing that. Major League Baseball study on arms next.
Spice latte as we dive.
There's a Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec'd out here at the Aztec Baseball Tournament. It's the SDSU Baseball Alumni Tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble. And Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well. But our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well. So Chris says I can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Skrabe. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You hit some.
We are League 10 now, and it's getting really windy. Actually kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in San Diego, but we're 3 under as a group. We just got off of a birdie, and I just hit my defense. There's a squirrel, but he wants to attack me. Squirrely! Ah. We just got our second birdie of the day thanks to this guy.
Yeah, a 4-footer after.
It was a 5-footer.
After our pro drove it 300 to the front of the green and then chipped it within 5 feet.
Uh-oh.
Skraby, don't feed the animals.
Don't feed the animals. I do feed animals, but Chris made a birdie putt. Leaving the golf course. And we ended up shooting 63 once everything was accounted for, since it was a scramble, and we had an SDSU golf player, Jack Townsend. He was with us, and he did a lot for us. I think we shot 63 because of him. But we all had a good time. There's Roadrunner. Meet me. He doesn't like me. I guess I wouldn't like me either if I was chasing me. As you can see, I'm all Aztec'd out here at the Aztec Baseball Tournament. It's the SDSU Baseball Alumni Tournament. Right now, we are 1 under in the scramble, and Chris is playing well, Tony's playing well, but our ringer, Jack Townsend, is playing really well, so. So Chris says that he can't play golf, but this is the second birdie putt he's made for us. This time it was like 20 feet.
Thank you very much, Skraby. But once again, you're hitting some very nice shots as well. I'm not usually complimentary to you, but I can't help but be complimentary. Your shot making today.
With my what?
Your shot making. You've hit some.
We are just leaving 10 now, and it's getting really windy. It's actually kind of cold. I'm not gonna lie, I know we're in San Diego, but we're 3 under as a group. We just got off of a birdie, and I just hit my defense. There's a squirrel, but he wants to attack me. Squirrely! Ah. We just got our second birdie of the day thanks to this guy.
Yeah, a 4-footer after.
It was a 5-footer.
After our pro drove it 300 to the front of the green and then chipped it within 5 feet.
Uh-oh.
Skraby, don't feed the animals.
Don't feed the animals. I do feed animals, but Chris made a birdie putt. Leaving the golf course. And we ended up shooting 63 once everything was accounted.
Or at least that's what the intro voice says. We'll try to make him accurate. Happy hour time. Gwynn and Chris, 97.3 The Fan, 501. Chris Ello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Skraby. Skraby Chronicles get underway an hour from right now. Padres fans, don't go too far. Padres Pen Pals is coming up at the bottom of this hour. We are going to talk about this baseball landmark study that was done. Probably cost baseball hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to have this study done.
Let's talk about it.
Could have paid me $50. I would have told them the same answers that they got.
Wildest take of the week is Chris being mad at this study.
I am. I hate wasting money.
Can we talk about it? I really want to hear what you have to say about this.
I will. Go ahead. Why don't we tell everybody what the study unearthed?
Yeah, let's do that. Major League Baseball. There's been a lot of conversation here. last couple of years, especially this past season, when you had the likes of Spencer Strider missed the whole entire season, Alcantara missed the whole entire season.
How about Joe Musgrove's already out for next season?
Joe Musgrove out for next season. There's so many of these injuries, and I'm sure I'm missing a boatload of other starters.
They're all over
that missed the year. So MLB basically published a 62-page year-long study on pitching injuries today, identifying contributing factors to increase in arm ailments, including players chasing higher velocity and better quote-unquote stuff while exerting maximum effort more often, both in-game and non-game situations. The study identified problems occurring at both the professional and amateur level after interviewing over 200 players within the industry, including former professional pitchers, orthopedic surgeons, athletic trainers, club officials, how you say bio?
I don't know.
Biomechanical?
No.
Biomechanical?
Spelled.
Player agents, amateur baseball stakeholders, and other experts in the pitching development. And basically, what they came away with was a bunch of different points in this, Chris. The main thing being that pitchers are chasing velocity. And not only are they chasing velocity, but in the effort to get the velocity, there needs to be more research on the weighted balls, they said. Also, the continuing throwing. Put it this way, when I played, my dad played, when the season ended, for the most part, pitchers would stop throwing. They'd put the baseball down, maybe pick it up December to start throwing. These guys, as they're, working on pitch shape and or trying to get velocity, guess what they're doing in offseason? Throwing more. So there isn't really the same type of rest period in there. And so, they said there's a bunch of contributing factors, but they highlighted the chase of velocity and stuff and the frequency in which they are throwing, Chris.
Yeah, my argument is not with the results of this study. My argument is with the fact that anybody with half a brain could have come up with these results. I don't know why you keep throwing up your hands.
Because it's
well, wait a minute. Isn't it obvious that in the 70s and 80s, pitchers threw more often, they threw way more innings, they were babied less, they didn't throw as hard.
Another element, how they're handling the pitchers in the minor leagues.
They were working up to that, right, in the minor league. All of the things that they did then, they don't do now. And so it's obvious if one set of pitchers wasn't getting hurt every minute and another set of pitchers 25, 30 years later is getting hurt, that the difference is going to lie within, the fact these guys now throw so hard, put so much spin right and so much maximum effort because they don't stretch out innings. They're just in there to get as many guys out as they can, and then they're done.
The philosophy was before, how do I get 24 to 27
Yes,
outs?
Right. Now it's just as many.
How do I figure out how to get? I don't care how I get them, but how do I get to that number and not give them runs? And now I think the philosophy is go your hardest, shorter amount of time.
As soon as you're done, we'll
get you out of there.
And I think the cool thing about the way kids are developed,
it's a definite trickle down.
They're taught when they're 9, 10 years old to learn how to throw as hard as they can. Are they not, Tony? By the time they get to these, the perfect game, all-star games, they said that there's like over 4 or 5 dozen young kids now throwing 95, whereas 10, 15 years ago, there was maybe 2.
All on pace to blow out at a very, very early age. Here's the other thing that was brought up in the article. With the idea of the minor leagues, you used to build guys up in the minor leagues. The point was brought up, how often are guys getting to the big leagues and throwing back-to-backs 3 out of 4 days or back-to-back? A lot of times it's now happening in the big leagues first. In the minor leagues, they are, as Chris said, they are managed in such a way that they aren't put in those predicaments very often. And all of a sudden, you need a bullpen arm to go 3 or 4 or 3 days in a row. Not all of them can do it. And most of them can't because they haven't had a chance to try yet.
Yeah,
and so when they do, they run into some arm problems. It's almost as though the starters have now a bullpen mentality. In the bullpen, it's always been go as hard as you can, we get you out of there.
Right.
But there were at least 5 or 6 guys on that staff that were trained differently in order to get deeper into the game.
The reason that I get frustrated by this whole thing, Skrabe, is because I lived in an era, when pitchers could throw 300 innings, where they could strike out 350 batters, and where they could come back with 3 days rest and make 40-plus starts a season. I've seen it, so I know it can work. But it can't work under the conditions they have now and under the conditions that they ask from these pitchers now.
This is
so it's easy for me to, in a lot of ways, I feel like it's easy to identify the issue.
Modern workload management strategies. This was one of the other contributing factors. Meant to protect pitchers, reduced workloads might actually be contributing to injuries. Pitchers tend to use max effort even more than they know they won't. Even more when they know they won't be able be in the game very long. And they got a quote from a former MLB pitcher. He said, "I used to pitch to chase outs. Now they chase velocity. I had to play chess. I had to play a chess match to try to get 24 or 27 outs. Now it's a sprint to go as hard as you can, as long as you can. Starters have a reliever's mentality." And that's what I was literally saying 2 seconds ago. The study especially found a perceived trend of minor league players being unprepared for a major league workload. Innings limits, more rest between appearances, and restrictions on pitching on back-to-back days are likely impacting pitchers in a negative way once they reach the majors.
I just don't know that you had to spend 5 years and millions of dollars to come to this conclusion.
Now, to be fair, it was just a year. It was just 1 year. They did this.
In that regard, then fine.
See, I'm not
they
mad
didn't
at
waste
Chris's,
anybody's money.
I'm not mad at Chris's thoughts.
I mean, Chris
the
is telling the
difference.
truth. Like I think we've all thought this in our minds anyway. Now they just have
data
a little bit of data to back it up.
I guess so.
Yeah, I don't mind Chris being mad at how things are today with the way pitchers are pitching. It's just so strange that you're mad at the study.
How about this one? Training. Anecdotally, experts are concerned with a de-emphasis in cardiovascular and endurance training for pitchers in favor of the power, strength, focus training that is more commonly prescribed in today's game compared to the past. They used to be starting pitchers doing endurance runs, and now we're in the power short burst sprint type training, and that's changed. One athletic trainer said it's okay to train for sudden bursts of speed or sudden burst of power and what I'd call anaerobic training. I always tell players that's fine, but you need a basis of aerobic capacity to do that. We do too much of the heavy lifting, short burst power. That's where I think we're missing it.
They used to tell us to stay out of the weight room. That to me is idiotic. But I'm just telling you that when you went too far to the other side, that's how it was at that point.
Certainly what my dad told me.
Don't go into the weight room. You'll get too bulky. You won't be able to throw.
Yeah, and that's
complete nonsense. But there might have been
a swing too far.
Right,
there
was a swing too far.
Yeah, no doubt. So it was just interesting that Major League Baseball, and listen, Rob Manfred talked about some of the rule changes. He doesn't necessarily think any of those were going to help right now. And I've always said it's incumbent upon these organizations to look at this in a different light than they're doing. But the reality is it's cheaper to do it this way. I hate to say that. You gotta.
There it is.
You've now had a evidence that says you can improve velocity. And if you can improve velocity on everybody, it's just like cattle, basically. You get one arm that pops, you got about 10 more coming down the pipeline that you can get ready to do it. And, I think at some point, owners are going to realize this is actually going to end up costing them more money with on the medical side of this stuff, with the surgeries and things. And eventually you hope that the pendulum swings back to the middle.
Who's the first team that's going to quietly in the minor leagues develop a bunch of guys that can pitch 250 innings.
I don't think you want to know.
You don't think anybody will do it?
No, I think there's a team.
Dodgers.
Oh, you think so?
I think there's a team that'll do it.
All right.
I can see the Dodgers. I can see the Padres being ahead of the curve on that. But it's usually the same type of teams that are thinking in that realm. How can I be ahead of the curve on this one?
Beat the next guy.
So
Trevor on the chat says just one word: slider.
Spin, right? That's the stuff that
when I grew up
that they are
quote,
chasing.
unquote.
Stuff.
When I grew up, I was told never to try to throw a curveball because it was going to ruin my arm. I don't. Is
you know
that
what's
true?
funny is I heard Anna Wainwright say this, and I had never heard this before. He said you should actually teach the breaking ball early because a kid isn't strong enough to really hurt themselves throwing it. So if they can learn to throw it properly at a young age, when they do have the strength to actually do it right, they'll be better equipped to handle it. I had never heard that before, but coming from a dude who pitched a very long time.
Some people just have elastic arms, though.
I mean, there's certainly guys who...
Craig Stammen comes to mind.
What is a curveball now? It's not even a curveball.
It's a...
That's a good
well,
point.
Liu
It might
Darvish
be
has
called-
a 12-6 curve.
It might be called something different.
It's a sweeper.
Sweeper.
No, but that's a sweeping slider.
They specifically talked about the sweeper in this study, too.
It seems like that would
being
be hard
a
to
new
throw.
pitch,
Yeah.
basically. But these are part of the issues of why people's arms are exploding.
5 o'clock football hour presented by Buffalo Wild Wings, where B-Dubs is football. Visit Buffalo Wild Wings every Tuesday for buy one, get one half off traditional wings.
Boom.
Thank you.
All right, let's get to break.
Couple of good college basketball games getting late. We'll get you some updates and also NFL news. There's a bunch of guys that are in and out of lineups, and the Atlanta Falcons. Have they come to the end of Kirk Cousins already?
They certainly are being non-committal.
They're thinking about it. We'll discuss after check of traffic.
From the
5:20 on the clock. Tony Gwynn Jr., Chris Ello, Matthew Skraby. Last two segments of the day. Kirk Cousins news started to kind of roll through here, and not news per se, but certainly they're on the fence right now.
Kirk Cousins ship.
He doesn't
sinking.
have his headphones on.
They're on the fence right now.
He threw for 112 yards last night. This is an NFL game. I mean, pathetic. He has 9 interceptions in his last 5 games, 1 touchdown.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pathetic for a guy making, $100 million a game? I mean, teams just line up to give this guy money.
Yeah.
The Commanders, who was it before?
Shall we not feel sorry for these people, though?
No, you're right. They're stupid. They're so dumb. What do they not see that we all do see?
Ooh,
that Kirk Cousins is really mediocre at best.
I'm sorry, Adam. They just signed him to a 4-year, $180 million contract.
That's what I just said. That's
handing out bags.
Bags. That's $45 million a year for one of the worst quarterbacks in the league.
I don't feel like he was that bad, but he got old very quick.
I just think Kirk Cousins is who he is. Like, I don't think he's a bad quarterback, but he's very inconsistent. And when it gets to tight time.
Yeah, he's Tua.
He can't be.
I'd like to see a game between
can't be
Tua.
relied upon.
I'd like to see a game between Tua and him with something on the line. It would be, one guy trying to
back-to-back interceptions.
Yeah, lesser the other guy.
You win the game. No, you win the game.
Yeah.
How much do you think? I have the total number of how much he's made in his career. How much do you think in 13 seasons Kirk Cousins has made?
How much
$1 billion?
How much is this worth? This contract worth?
$180.
I would say he's made
$1 billion. Chris said, by the way.
550.
550. Chris,
$800 million. I don't know.
Oh wow, you guys are way over, but he still made $294 million in his career, and that's not even counting the $45 million he's supposed to make in 2026.
Yeah, this was the first real big payday.
I don't know when he got good.
No, he got all the guaranteed money with the Vikings.
Oh, that's right. The Vikings were the big payday.
I'd like to know when he got good.
That's what spurred it was his contract that spurred what's the name? Watson's contract. The full the guaranteed deal.
Yep.
That's what started. His was the first.
Cousins got beat out by RG3 when he was a rookie with the then Redskins. And they've been throwing money at Cousins ever since. He wasn't even good at Michigan State. I don't. When was he good? Was he good in high school? Did he do something that
I think
was
he's
off
an
the
okay
charts?
quarterback. Now
I don't think
not
he's
the
a
same
bad quarterback. I just think he's.
Is he deserving of that kind of bread?
Well, the position says you're deserving of that kind of bread.
Anyway, Raheem Morris was asked about it today, and he hemmed and hawed.
He straddled.
So he may have to go with Michael Penix Jr.
Is he a
last
liar,
3
though?
games.
Because he, this entire year, has said, we are not going to throw Michael Penix in there just because Kirk isn't playing well. And he's been
But he's had to say that now 5 weeks in a row.
It becomes
But
tougher
that makes
every
him a
week.
liar,
You have
though,
to,
right?
It doesn't. I don't think so.
You hope as a coach that at least one of those weeks in there you get a reprieve and you don't have
So
to
you don't
use
have
that
to
line.
answer the question.
But he's not giving him that
It's the
reprieve.
first question to him every Monday morning or Tuesday in
You
this
going to make a
case.
quarterback change?
I mean, he's terrible. Cousins, too bad. He seemed like such a normal guy in that quarterback show.
Somewhat.
No, I'm joking.
I was going to say
The guy, what did he do?
exercise?
Brainwave exercises? Please.
I mean, why
Too
are
much
we,
thinking.
Why are we
go
hating
throw the
on
ball.
him for trying to get ahead?
Joe, go throw the ball. Other quarterback news, Will Levis, Titans. He's got a mayonnaise commercial.
Oh,
said.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't like that
Because you
stuff?
know about his mayonnaise stuff, right?
He's big on mayonnaise.
Yeah, he loves mayonnaise in his coffee.
Oh,
He also
disgusting.
eats mayonnaise.
It's like absurdness.
He's going to have more time for all of that stuff. 'cause he's
Yes,
being
he
benched.
will.
He's
Have as
being
much
benched.
mayonnaise as you want, young
Yeah,
man.
Mason Rudolph will try it with the Titans, which isn't a great option, to be honest with you. Jameis Winston, he was a feel-good story there for about 2-3 weeks. but no longer. Dorian Thompson-Robinson will be the starter Sunday against the
Skraby,
Bengals.
quite frankly, he kept throwing picks.
Winston was picked, 17 times Sunday by the Chiefs? It was pretty crazy.
My guy Stefanski, who seems like a great guy, good coach, he just is besides himself. If you're watching Hard Knocks, every time they throw a pick, it's like the nicest frustration you'll ever see from an NFL head coach.
Do they give any indication?
No.
Did they give any indication that they're telling him to start Deshaun Watson? Because we've all year been like, there's no way he wants to start Deshaun.
In the same way that the Atlanta Falcons coach is hoping that Kirk Cousins gives him a reprieve from having to answer that question, I am sure they are so happy Deshaun Watson got hurt, so they don't have to answer that question anymore.
But the answer is no. We didn't get any indication that he was being told by the owners to start Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever get that indication.
Let me give you a little idea how terrific Jameis Winston has been. In the last 5 weeks, he's thrown 12 interceptions, which is 3 more than Kirk Cousins even.
Man.
Wow. How many touchdowns, though?
He said
probably a couple more than one.
He asked the Lord to deliver him from pick sixes, so it's not happening.
Lord is on vacation.
The Lord delivered him from pick sixes last week because he didn't have any, but he had some picks.
How many people do you think are praying out there to take away their pick six woes? Jameis?
It's good problems to have to be praying for that, for sure.
Oh man, that was so fun when he was good.
Jameis
for the one game.
Oh, he had the game against the Steelers and the game against the Ravens. He pulled those upsets.
He's still a walking soundbite, no matter whether he's playing or not.
Yeah.
Devondre Campbell, the 49ers guy.
Did
you guys hear what Nick Bosa said?
I did see that.
That there was issues before the game.
He said he heard some complaining, is what he said. Nick Bosa said he heard some complaining. He said he started to address it, but he thought, you know what? We don't need more of a distraction. We don't need more of a distraction.
So this guy said already before the game that he wasn't going to go out and play no matter what?
Nick Bosa never said that he said that. He just said there was some complaining.
Why did the guy get dressed out? That's
what
lot of
everybody's
said.
asking.
Right, he should have just said, I can't, I'm hurt. I got my ankle sore.
He was literally trying to steal a paycheck. Like, I'm just going to go out here, I'm going to get dressed. I'm not playing, though.
And now he's not going to get paid for the last 3 games of the season, and he's not going to get signed with the team.
Exactly.
He also had some issues with the Green Bay coaching staff, too.
When he was
I'm learning all these different things. When he was with Green Bay, he left, and he basically said that it was the coaching schemes that made him look bad.
Here's the deal. I probably believe that now, but I'm not with the teams now all of a sudden coming out when they could have maybe said something a long time ago, and now they want to dump on it.
Oh no, it wasn't Green Bay. It was a
okay.
reporter saying, reprising what happened because he was the one, Devondre Campbell, who was critical of the team publicly.
I'd honestly like to stop talking about Devondre Campbell. He is all that's wrong with sports.
Don't disagree.
This hour brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Delish. What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the actual spring source. And all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Real quick before we go to break, I don't know if you guys saw this post by Stefan Diggs. Did you guys see this?
Stephon Diggs.
How is old Stephon doing now that he's injured and out for the season for the Texans?
Hoarder of Legos asked him on Twitter, how are you healing? Think Josh is going to get MVP this year? He said, on schedule, ... He should. Shorty balling for real.
Shorty.
That's a friendly term.
I think Josh Allen's like 6'5".
He is. He's definitely not short.
So they have a friendship.
I don't know if they have a friendship, but he certainly is acknowledging that he's playing out of his mind.
It's very strange.
Right now.
Once Stephon Diggs leaves the team, Josh Allen has the best year of his career.
Before we go to break, because coming up next we have Padres Pen Pals, I want to tell everybody out there, I have your next big waste of money ready for you.
Oh, gosh.
The next time you got like $50, $100 that you just want to throw down the toilet, Conor McGregor will next be up for Logan Paul. You can buy that one when it comes around.
That should be on Netflix for free, too. That's what they should do.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that they've made all those details yet, but anyway, that's coming up. All right, you ready for Padres Pen Pals?
Yeah.
Next.
Ben and Woods on.
final segment. It's the Skraby Chronicles pregame show now. Skraby taking over at the top of the hour with his brand of sports talk, which is rather unmatched.
Thank you.
On the scoreboard right now, 8:49 left, second half. 7th-ranked Florida leads North Carolina 66-65. Good college basketball game right now. Florida comes in undefeated at 10-0. Heels. Trying to do something about that. All right, let's check traffic. And then, Padre fans, listen up. It's time for a Padre Pen Pals.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
You got double trouble on southbound 805, accident involving a car and a motorcycle right before the 8. It's in the center divide. Then just up ahead for El Cajon Boulevard, got a 2-car collision. That one made it over to the right shoulder. Northbound 15 past Carroll Canyon, crash in the 2 left lanes. And reports of another crash north 15 at Old Highway 395 off-ramp. Cordell and Cordell traffic cam shows collision on eastbound 78 before College. Everything's over to the right shoulder. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's time to ask the experts, Padres fans.
I was hoping maybe you can bring a little insight into it.
Write us, tweet us, Facebook us, send a carrier pigeon for Chris. He thinks they're cute. Aww. Padres Pen Pals begins.
Hurt the pelota big time.
Now, on 97.3 The Fan.
You know what one of my favorite things is? Even when I made that open about 6 years ago, I was still taking shots at Chris's age with the carrier pigeon slide, so...
That's been your MO for quite some time, though, Scrape.
I know. It's amazing. Things never change on the show. Chris, do you think those carrier pigeons are cute?
No.
Okay. Wow. Someone's very happy over there. It's the end of the show. We're doing Padres Pen Pals. Maybe that's why he is not the happiest, but we got a lot of different opinions today, so here, let's get into it. There we go. All right. I'm counting down the days until Roki Sasaki signs with the Padres. Yes, I am assuming it's going to happen, but I am putting all the positive energy out there for this to happen. He's a young pitcher, and he doesn't have as much professional experience. Chris, why do you think he's Major League ready?
Because all the people who've watched him pitch have told me so. I mean, how would I know? I've never seen him pitch. I don't even know what he looks like, hardly. I mean, I've seen a couple of pictures. I don't know. Everybody says he's great. I have to take them at their word. Every team in baseball seems to want this guy. There must be some reason for that. You know, I'm just concerned, as I've been saying all along, that if the Padres don't get Roki Sasaki, it is going to be a complete disaster in the minds of the fans of San Diego. And that's not... I don't know that it'll be a disaster. Truly, there's other pitchers in the world. But I get this feeling that Padre fans are all in on this. And if you get him, we're going to be World Series contenders. And if you don't, we're going to be rummaging around with the Rockies at the bottom of the standings. And I don't think it's accurate, but I'm just giving everybody a heads up because I think that's what's going to happen.
Tony, why do you think Roki Sasaki is Major League ready?
For the same reasons Chris does. Because everybody has told us he is. Never seen him pitch. And so we just have to go off the word and really the attention, or I should say all the teams that are attracted to him. So clearly they are also telling us that he is worthy and he should be this good. And I also agree with Chris. I think the key part of that, what Chris said, was in the fans' mind.
Yeah, right.
It feels like if the Padres don't get Sasaki, it'll be a disaster. I don't necessarily believe that is the case. I just think getting a guy like Sasaki really eases some of the strain that you would have because he's controllable, he's young, he's cheap. But outside of that, I don't know that it necessarily we should automatically flip the switch to disaster mode.
The other thing is if they do get him, I also get the feeling that Padre fans are going to expect that he's going to go about 18-2 with a 1.38 ERA. And anything short of that will be a disappointment in their minds. And as Tony said, I mean, just look at Yamamoto. He didn't figure it out until the playoffs last year. And he's a 3-time Japanese League MVP, which is far more than Sasaki has had a chance to accomplish. So if he does come here, I hope there's some patience given to this kid, to get comfortable at the big league level.
I think the other thing that I think we're also negating is there's probably going to be some type of innings limitation to him coming from Japan to the States.
1 inning a game.
Pitching on, pitching every 5th day versus most of the rotations there are a little bit longer.
Yeah. They'll definitely...
There's going to be some natural, I'm not saying there's going to be a lot, but there's going to be some natural kind of monitoring of him as he goes through season. Should the Padres get him, or really, should any team get him?
All right. Good stuff, guys. Now we move to someone who is very emotional over some of the talk we've had so far this year. My heart is breaking amidst all this Dylan Cease trade talk. I was a big fan of Cease prior to being a Padre and was really looking forward to him being a Padre once he was traded. I didn't know this could have been only 1 year as a Padre. I understand all the arguments as to why he may need to be traded. However, I don't understand why the Padres can't go all in this year and see what happens. So, Tony, with 100% meaning he is traded before 2025 ends, how likely do you think it is Dylan Cease is in another uniform by the end of the coming season?
I will put it at 75%. Based on what we've heard and the kind of how the finances have been described to us. 70. I'll say 70. I'll say 70. But I think it's likely because probably has pretty high stock and can get a lot for him. I think probably more than anybody else that would be available for the Padres would be able to provide. So I put it at about 70%.
Chris, how likely do you think it is that Dylan Cease ends up in a different uniform by the end of 2025?
By the end of the season, you're saying? Correct. So he could potentially pitch for the Padres until about the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Run mine's back up to 75% then.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to clear up. I think it's about 90% that he's going to get traded at the trade deadline. I'm hoping that they'll at least get a half a year out of him, and I hope that half a year will be so fantastic that it increases the bounty of players the Padres can get back. Here's the thing. In order for the Padres to keep competing with the Joneses, Red Dodgers, and Mets, and Phillies, and everybody else, they're going to have to make creative moves like this. And Cease is the one guy that should be able to attract a bunch of names, a bunch of talent, a bunch of people, a bunch of prospects, whatever it might be, in order for the Padres to keep fortifying things. So, yeah, I'd love to see them keep all of their players, but that's not realistic for the Padres.
All right, well, I don't know why you guys hate Dylan Cease so much. He's
run him out of town,
team.
Skrabe.
Chris, next one. What is Matt Waldron to the Padres?
That's all?
That's it.
That's all that was written, huh?
That's it.
What is Matt
Because
Waldron
I talked
to the
about this a
Padres?
couple weeks ago, thinking that maybe he could be another fifth starter, and I was quickly lambasted by the fans that he's not a fifth starter. If we go into the year with him as a fifth starter, it's a disaster.
It's pretty funny because in last...
Okay, I took liberties with it for a little bit of entertainment, but people don't like him being the fifth starter.
Yeah, it's funny because everybody liked him as the fifth starter in May and June. It's really funny. I mean, the guy had, what was it, Tony? Maybe 5 starts that didn't go well in the month of July?
It was about 5.
4 or 5.
About 5, yeah.
Prior to that, he had as good of a 10 or 11 start run as any pitcher in the league. He was up there. You had people talking about him getting Cy Young votes. So to completely give up on Matt Waldron as somebody that will not be able to get the job done at all if called upon next year is short-sighted thinking. So I think Matt Waldron is what is he to the Padres? I think he's a very likely candidate to be the 4th or 5th starter this year. That's what I think he is.
Listen, I think for those who take liberty with Matt Waldron, I would say buckle in, because it's a chance that he could very well end up in that spot again.
Yeah.
It's a guy that I think when push comes to shove, if it's not a piece that is on a higher tier, he's already gained some trust from Mike Schilt because he's been in the rotation before. I don't see him in any different spot than maybe a Randy Vasquez is going into this season. I think both at this point, you'd have to say, are going to be pretty important pieces at this point. And even if they are to get a Sasaki and add him to the rotation, you still are going to have to fill out that rotation.
Yeah.
And so I think it's silly to feel a way about, or to say it's a disaster if he's in the rotation, because he was certainly in the rotation last year, and it was not a disaster.
It was far from that, and let's go back to our friend now and guest of a week ago, the pitching whisperer, who worked with Matt Waldron on being a little more trusting of his knuckleball, throwing it a little differently, incorporating the fastball, whatever. He went from, I would say, a 65 to about an 80 with Ruben Niebla. Give him another spring. He might go higher than that. I think you've got to trust that Matt Waldron is going to be able to figure it out and hopefully get better this year.
All right. This next one, for all the people out there that say we never address negative things about the Padres, I think it's slightly embarrassing for you guys to not see what's happening right in front of you. This team is only going after a money grab. They keep raising prices, hosting more events at Petco, and merchandise has never been hotter. How much money do the Padres execs need? I can tell you one thing. If the Padres do not spend some sort of money this offseason, then this will confirm my thoughts. You're telling me we spend our money on tickets, prices keep going up, and we don't see any sort of investment into the actual product of the Padres, which is baseball? How can we not afford a $10 million player? I don't get it, and I am at my end. Tony, why do you protect the team when they are clearly using this to pad their pockets? Why were you staring at me like I wrote this?
Felt like you did.
It sounds like one of yours, but that's okay.
It felt like you did.
You read it with such vigor. I mean, you really supported whoever wrote this claim.
Did you notice he didn't have any mess ups as he was reading it?
No, he
it
had
was almost
this solidly.
like he had seen it before.
Yeah,
of course I've seen it before. I practiced this one. I have to deliver the angry ones.
You delivered it all right.
That was one of the best deliveries in your history of radio, right there. Listen, I don't protect the team. They clearly had some type of financial need last year, right? They took out the however many millions of dollars.
Wasn't it a $50 million loan?
They clearly needed it. So they're raising prices. The product on the field is better. I think Chris mentioned this. I think him and I mentioned this a while back. This is probably the best run in Padre history in terms of the success that we've been able to experience. I can't think of another time. I've been here for quite a bit of time, and I can't think of another time where it was been this successful in terms of what they've done on the field, let alone what they've been able to do, bringing in the attendance and making it, America's #1 ballpark. That being said, I think we all knew in the back of our minds that eventually the money that was being spent was going to have to hit a ceiling at some point. I don't think any of us ever mistaken this organization for being the Dodgers or the Yankees in terms of the type of money they have access to. And so I don't know that the raising of the prices obviously is what it is. That's happening across Major League Baseball. It's not just the San Diego Padres. And I think as the consumer, you have to make a decision if these prices are too much for you to continue to go out and spend your money. That's a decision that you and your family have to make. But certainly, I would push back on the fact that they're not putting in to this ball club. It's a bigger picture type deal as opposed to just focusing on 2025 coming up.
I want to add to the angry communique that Skraby read.
Yes.
Could you please lower the price of parking just a tad?
No.
I don't feel like I'm giving an arm and a leg just to get to the ballpark.
Are you speaking for the people or for yourself? Because last time I checked,
speaking for the people on that.
You had a little bit of perk in the parking department.
I get a perk.
Perk in the parking department.
I get a perk, but without that perk, it would be hard to park.
It would be. Would be.
No perk, no park.
No.
All right, that's
no
just,
perk, no park.
That's right.
No perk, no park.
That's right. That's just an aside. But here's my hard truth for that person who wrote that and anybody else who is concerned that prices are going up. Number one, you want to watch Manny Machado? You want to watch Fernando Tatis Jr.? You want to watch Bogarts and Darvish and Cronenworth and Merrill and all the rest of them? You're going to have to pay for it. You want to watch Brenton Doyle? Or you want to watch Ryan McMahon? You want to watch Brendan Rodgers? You want to watch all the crappy players the Rockies pull out? Then we wouldn't probably have to raise prices. Secondly, if you don't like it, stop going to the games, as Tony said. And as an addition to that, the last 2 years in a row, I believe, Tony, you fans have set
records,
an attendance record and then broke it again and then broken it again. So what are the Padres to think as an organization, as business people, that you're willing to pay? They can raise the prices. If you don't like it, stop going. And I don't think that you're going to stop going. You know why you're not going to stop going? Because the product they put out there is good and it's worth watching.
They have a waiting list on the season ticket deal. So I mean, maybe this particular person is, in a minority in terms of.
I don't know that they're in a complete minority. I know a lot of people who probably can't afford to go to games. That's a shame. It truly is.
In terms of who fills up the stadium, because I'm there on a nightly basis, and it's pretty much packed on a nightly basis.
Monday night baseball, and there's 38,000 people legit in that ballpark. Prices can't possibly be too high.
There's a lot of rich people in this town, Chris.
Well, then they get to go to the games. What can I tell you?
Oh, just another thing the rich people get to do that us
It's amazing how
us
much
peasants don't get to do.
You have perks as well.
I was about to say, Mr. Perk himself.
No park, no perk, no park.
That's my attitude.
Yes. All right. Well, that was Padres Pen Pals, the last one for the year, everybody. So hopefully you enjoyed it.
Take that with you into 2025.
Yeah,
people.
take that into 2025.
All right. That wraps that up. Skraby, read that. And then we're going to get out of here and make way for you.
5 o'clock football hour is presented by Buffalo Wild Wings, where B-Dubs is football. Visit Buffalo Wild Wings every Tuesday for buy one, get one half off traditional wings.
All right. If you've been listening to the last half hour or so, you probably know where this is going to go. But if you haven't been and you just tuned in, Skraby is going to begin his show by telling you about an NFL team that just changed quarterbacks. And it's a little shocking. So don't go anywhere. The Skraby Chronicles are going to take you up until 7 o'clock. I'm Chris for Tony. Night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Night.
2 o'clock.